Hello, hello, and welcome everybody back to U-Boat. Now, as I have been reliably informed, Josh is not going to stream tonight because he's got work in the morning, so I'm going to jump in. And we're going to do some more hunting for British convoys. We still have one on scope, I'm pretty sure. Let me just put my face into a screen, there we go. Hello everybody. Right, we have damages. We got hit on the tower. I don't want to fix that. Because first of all, I think it's a bit unrealistic that I could fix that. That has to be dry dock work. And also I don't want to spend my repair parts on that. I'm gonna be honest. So, we have had contact with a convoy. Of which we know it's going 059er, if I remember correctly. So we're gonna go on parallel course and try to re-establish contact with that. Torpedoes have been reloaded. I did that before I ended the stream, yes. Tube 3 is the one with the T2 in it. I have to remember that. Crew's a little bit stressed. There they are. Okay, so we did not lose sight of them. See, there they are. Lovely. Okay. That's all well and good then. Right, let me also open the calculator. Because we're gonna need that later, don't we? Yep, there it is. And the vertical... Yes, okay. So everything's set up. Nice. I do have to open YouTube, though. Because I don't see the stream otherwise. The chat in stream. Oh, that would be a shame, wouldn't it? There we are. Lovely. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell. Can you even see that? Let me check. Not here. Here? No, you can't. Okay. I've moved my microphone. It's now in front of me. So, in theory, that should mean that you can hear me a little bit better, and my microphone doesn't have to filter out as much of the fan noise. But the problem is that I use this little board in front of me for my charts. So I'm gonna have to figure out a way to look around the mic to see them now. I guess we'll manage. It's just gonna be a little bit uncomfortable for the time being. And also I can't see my keyboard. That is really... I'm really unused to that. Because the sound protection is in front of my field of view, obstructing that. There we go. Got ourselves a late night drink. Cracky. Take one drink and immediately spill some. Man, I just can't be helped, I guess. What's the speed, actually? Okay, we can probably increase that a little bit to catch up. The milk cow will be here in 10 days' time, though. That's quite a long wait for it. Calm down. No need for this. But we can probably evade them a little bit better by going 30 degrees to starboard. It's about to be nighttime. Hopefully we can get some hits in before it gets too dark. Alright, and turn 20 degrees back. Right, so I still see a lead escort vehicle there. That one is probably a destroyer. And then we have a bunch of unknowns here. We know... Yes. We know that there are Liberties still in there and probably some C3s. And that's going to be our main focus here. Now let's switch to red light to make sure that our crew gets good night vision. And us as well. Get nice and ahead of them. And I think it might be time to close in for the kill. Do it in 45 increments of 45 degrees. So first 315 or 315 relative. Actual course 017. And then we might do the Vorfluten thing. Deck a wash. Yeah. That put us down to 10 knots. $207 liters per hour. That's quite a lot. Let's see this. Where's that lead escort? That is offset protection, I think. So, on the left flank of the column. Right, another 45 degrees to port. That'll put us on our attack course. Right, both engines ahead that slow. Now we just wait for them to come to us. Both engines ahead half. This, I assume, is going to be one column. Same as this. Oh, these are separate, probably. If they're not even escorts, but maybe they've... Yeah, okay, so this is a column. And this is a column. Those are two vessels, one of them escort, probably. And then this is the offset. Just the protection as well. Naturally. Right, we might as well already open all the bulkheads. Already done. Good. Ah, they've closed the main hatch. That's what I was hearing there. Yeah, because they don't want water coming in from the being on deck awash. Makes perfect sense. Right, that's an escort. Oh, and that's closer than the rest. Okay, dive. Only 7 seconds. Another 10 seconds less than when we normally dive. Crew's doing really well at this point. Right, last chance to get the water out. Both engines dead slow. And turn it off. Right. Set the crew an alarm. You get on the torpedoes. You get on the dive planes. Radio, hydrophone, command, observation periscope, attack periscope, and data computer, and then we are all set. Third day sick? Oh man! I hope you didn't catch anything serious. But yeah, it tends to be like seeing the positive with the negative, I guess. Being sick does help with weight loss, that is absolutely true. I hope you're alright though.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet. Alles klar, ich werde mich darum kümmern. Torpedorohr 2 gewartet. Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Yeah, maintain all the torpedoes.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Then get back in the CIC. And once you're there, Okay, good to hear. Once you're in the CIC, we're gonna flood all the tubes. And we're gonna set tube 1 to launch. Yes. And that is a torpedo speed of 44. And the torpedo data computer is already set to 44. Lovely. Now, where was that escort? Right there. We have to let that pass before we close in any further. Or with greater speed, rather. Yeah, he's right in front of us. Hasn't spotted us yet, so I don't think he will. Just to be sure, get the scope down. And leave it down for a while. Hydrophone man. Why can't we hear him? Those are the freighters. That's gotta be him. 40 degrees? Yeah. Oh, hello. As a volunteer. J. Warren Kiefer, C3, mast height 36 meters. Let me give you the thing. $34, $35, $36. There we go. Got our stopwatch. Got our calculator. We are ready. Okay, so on the zoom in, we currently see him at 90 milliradian. 90 milliradian on the 36 is 14.7. So we put that in our data computer. 14.7 hundredths of meters. There we go. And we need a speed value. I have unfortunately forgotten what the convoy was going last time. I think it was 5, but we're gonna do that again. So for that, both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Find out his length. Her length. 143. Divided by. And then take our stopwatch. Click. Ciao, Savinos. How are you, mate? Glad to have you in the stream. $30. Good to have my evening U-Boat stream. Hope you're well. Yeah, I am well, thank you. I'm just replacing Josh for the night. Click. That is 39 seconds. I don't know if you can properly see that. Let me check. 39, there you go. It actually is quite hard to read because the second half of the minute is done in red lettering. And so in the red light I can't read that. 39 seconds. So take our calculator, divided by 39. That puts us at 3.6 meters per second times 1.902 equals 7 knots. Okay. Ah, I see. Torpedoes, enemy speed 7 knots. Oh, that's very close now. On the zoom out, he is at 50 milliradian. 3650 is 660 meters. 660. Salvo. Tube 1 and 2. They are selected. They are on the correct depth. That is green 90. Target length, let's do minimum 100. Salvo spread 8 degrees. Parallax mode forward. We have Deckung right in front of that wheelhouse as the center point, and launch.
Los. 40
Ah,
Sekunden bis
were they set to magnetic? No, they were not.
Sekunden.
Damn.
Ja,
Let's hope they still detonate.
20 Sekunden.
That one's looking really good. That's gonna hit somewhere there, and then the last one, the second one, hopefully there.
Einschlag.
If they detonate. Of course it didn't, and the other one won't either.
Fehlschuss.
The other one missed. Okay, even worse. But hopefully they did not notice that they were hit.
Herr Kapitän? Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Ich erwarte Ihre
Well, that was a waste.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Herr Kommandant.
Yeah, yesterday he played Armor Reforger, and then the servers all went down, and then he played U-Boat. But, yeah, didn't... I don't want to sound rude or anything, but he didn't accomplish much. He had his boat on the way back home, and he's still on the way home. And what else do we have? We have a Liberty. There's a C3, and there's another C3. Okay. To starboard. Both engines dead slow ahead.
Keine Fahrt, voraus.
Hopefully I can get them both. They're now both set to magnetic. Tube 3 is a T2, I have to remember that. I think I'm gonna hit the first one with a salvo. The other one? Not quite sure yet. It is of great advantage that they don't know we're here yet. Gives me a good second chance. Didn't spot the torpedo trail in the water, I guess.
Rohr 1 geladen.
Right. You get back on damage control,
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
because I need you to be in the CIC when we flood the tubes. Actually, drain all tubes. Hello, welcome to the stream, mate. So I think we can probably maintain the one in tube number 4 as well. Yeah, it's almost done.
Rohr 2 geladen.
And you get on the dive planes.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr
You get help on the radio. You stay on the hydrophone. We have a watch change. Yes, we did 5 minutes ago. You stay on the periscope. You stay on command. And you stay on the torpedo data computer. There we go. I am currently running the Type 7B. The Type 7 Bravo. Or Bertha, I think the Germans would have said.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Also very attractive, that target. I've got the Accumulators 1, first upgrade in it, and the advanced latrines. But apart from that, it's stock. It's still fairly early in the war. I'm 10th of June 1941. We've just finished the Happy Times, which we did in 2 patrols because they were just running in front of our torpedoes. And we're now on the Atlantic Air Gap, which is already looking very good. And we really want to have all of these campaign goals done.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Kurs setzen.
Now we know they're going
Jawohl, Herr Kaloi.
something like that. Probably already turned towards Ireland. And that is a course of 065. So 065 plus 90 is an attack course of 155. That course 155.
Kurs 1.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Yeah, exactly. When the Americans join, things get tense. But that's why we're in the Atlantic Air Gap. We won't get any Catalinas here, even when the Americans join. I could hit that with one of the with a T2 maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. Have you maintained? Yes, he has. Maintain this one as well. Okay. Let's hear it. If we can make it to 155 before he passes our bow, we're going to use him to determine an absolute speed value. That is a Liberty ship, and it is 135.3 meters long. 135.3 divided by 5 more degrees. Quickly now. That's not a Type 7, that's a Type 9. That is U-505, Type 9. I did know that. Sorry. Yeah, we had a fun talk about this on Sunday on my regular scheduled U-Boat stream, and that is that you can visit a Type 2 in Finland, the prototype, the Vesico. You can visit a Type 7 in Kiel, Germany. You can visit a Type 9 in Chicago, in the US. And you can visit a Type 21 in Bremerhaven, in Germany. So you can get all of the major boats. You can still visit today. You just have to do a bit of globetrotting to do so. And click. And there's another Type 7 in Great Britain, I think, but that is very rusted and very lost. Who made the first ever working sub? Well, that is a question of debate. You could say it's the French plongeur, you could say it's the German Brandtaucher, or you could say it's that, not the turtle, but the other one, the one that had men cranking the propeller shaft. But that was the first sub that was engaged in war. It wasn't the Confederate, and in the American Civil War. 33 seconds. So that's 4.1 times 1.902 to turn it into knots, 7.8. So that's why the second torpedo missed. Let's set it to 7.8. And there's our target. Noah Webster. But I think the plongeur is probably the best one to say it's the first working sub, because that was a working submarine. Yeah, okay. So if you want to say like the first working military submarine, or the first one to actually be engaged in warfare, then it would have to be the American one, which I, for the life of me, can't remember the name now. Not the Monitor, that was the first armored warship. Monitor in Virginia. The Turtle was the one that was a little, basically just a little barrel, and that didn't work. But that other one that I'm thinking of, that it actually scored a hit and sank a ship, and also sank itself in the process, because the shockwave of the explosion apparently was too much for the crew to handle inside. That was a very, very sad way to die, I guess. 110 milliradian on that 36 mast height is 1.2 kilometer. 1.2. Set it to a length of 100 meters because we want it to be as small as possible. H.L. Hunley, yes, yes, yeah. When they excavated the wreckage, they found the skeletons of the crew to be on post, so they didn't even try to evacuate or anything, because they probably just died on the second that fuse was lit. Right, he's in command station. Flood all tubes. We're going to use tube 1 and 2, yes. Hunley, yes, correct, that is the name.
Rohr 2 bewässert. Rohr 3 bewässert. Rohr 4 bewässert.
All tubes flooded. All set to magnetic, please. 44. And 7 meters torpedo depth, lovely. The gyro is set to auto, so it's gonna give us... Yeah. Servo spread is 5. Yeah, and that is the... Oh, and select the servo size too, so we have to do that. Oh, oh Jesus. Civil War sea mine, that is something else. They regularly find bombs here, but not from the Civil War era. Right, the angle on bow on that is not ideal. I'm gonna wait for that to come probably across my bow. So let's check this again. Tube 1 and 2, yes. Salvo, yes. 44, yes. 7, yes. Magnetic on all, good. Distance, we need a new distance, that's for sure. On the zoom out, that is 50 milliradian. We know from earlier that that is 660 meters. If I am not mistaken, you can check on stream. I have to check my paper. Yep, 660. And the angle on bow is now red. Red 80. 7.8 knots. Let's see if that hits. Looks good. Tube 1 and 2 launch.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I would be surprised. I would like to know if it actually still exploded. They probably had EOD guys blow it up.
20 Sekunden.
Oh, that's looking tricky. That one's gonna hit, but what about the other one?
Torpedoversager.
There we go. Why was that? Oh, because that was the one that was loaded by our chief engineer, not our torpedo mechanic.
170
That's why. Yeah, because our torpedo mechanic has a skill that completely gets rid of the chance of it being a dud, but the chief engineer doesn't have that. 80 pounds of TNT, so that'll be what, 40 kilos? Yeah, that's pretty. I mean, that'll blow a that'll blow a hole in a 17th century warship, for sure. The question is if that was still dangerous, or if that had rotted to the point where it was no longer combustible, you know? That would be what I would be curious about. Right, we have that one hit. Right, okay, so the other one we're gonna do with a salvo as well. 3 and 4? Can we do 3 and 4? No, we can't. Okay, then we're just gonna set it to all tubes. I think that should work. And set the torpedo speed to 30. Have to do it on the calculator as well. Already done. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Good powder then. Right. Torpedo size, volley size 2 still, because these are empty. Let that one come into contact, because I don't think they have spotted us yet. That one is probably just coming into this direction by chance. That one is looking outside of the convoy. Give it a quick save. You never know. Looks good so far. That one... Oh, she's listing a lot. Yeah, I think we've got that. Nah, unfortunately, the C3s, they are already armed. Can't get on that. And early in the war, when they didn't have weapons yet, I had a Type 2, and I couldn't do anything about their inability to defend themselves. But you still, you know, sometimes you run across a single Empire class, and you can get them. Right. So these are already flooded. Yes, we did that. He's on the CIC, so we're gonna get 6% more damage. These tubes are selected. We have selected volley size 2. Everything's in order. We just need him to get closer. Magnetic pistol, yeah. So at the moment, I see him at 60. Yeah, 60 milliradian on the zoom in. That is 2.2 kilometers. That's very far away. And the angle is trash as well. Gotta keep an eye on that one. Okay, so this one's evacuating. Nice. It's in 270. So port side abreast. And not far away from us. I'm just gonna mark that. In case it doesn't sink, we can come back to it later. But I think it'll sink. Wait for that one. That is never going 7 knots. I don't believe it. Click. Or maybe reset the value first. Click. That is a length of 143 meters. divided by. Absolutely. I agree. Like, I loved Silent Hunter 3. 4 I was not that into. Because it was already a little bit buggy. And then 5 was just a mess. And everything other like Aces of the Deep and stuff, that just, it's, those games are ancient at this point. That's 42, 43. Yeah, that one slowed down. 45 seconds. Times 1.902 equals 6 knots. Okay, we'll try 6 knots. Speed is set correctly. Yes. Target length, put that to 100. Oh, that is beautiful. Enemy distance on the zoom in 110 milliradian. 12. That's a lot better than 2.2. And angle on bow is red 100. Let's do red 95. There we go. And launch. Some of the tubes are not flooded. Ah, yes, sure. Okay, so I can't do it like that. In that case, singles. Tube 3. A bit further forward. Launch. Tube 4, still set to 30. Oh, launch them both. Okay, cool. No idea why it did that, but
Ja.
I guess it did. Yeah, that's a hit.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg. 30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden.
And the second one's gonna miss.
Torpedo versagt.
Oh god.
Ja. Feuer
Oh.
abdecken.
That one hit though.
Schwere Schäden.
Okay, so they were just... I guess because I set it back to... Oh, I should have turned the salvo mode off. That's probably what was wrong there. Because I did that, the salvo angle and salvo spread was 0, and then the one was a dot, but the second one hit. I do have destroyers here.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Oh, the fire on board, that thing's going to go down for sure. Oh, into destroyer, yeah, the game. Yeah. I played it on stream as well. I think when Josh raided me earlier the other day. It's kind of sad that they stopped developing that. It's like a fun little distraction from U-Boat, I guess, but there's not really much to it, you know. What I currently like playing, apart from this, is Sea Power, because that's a little bit more modern. You get modern... It's in the missile age, they call it naval combat in the missile age. That is great, and that's still being developed actively by Microprose of all studios. Yeah, it did need a lot more, yeah. I agree. Yeah, that one's going down, that's for sure. And I don't think I would consider this one still being
Die
afloat.
Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
So we go 30 degrees to starboard.
Kurs.
Leave that convoy
Erledigt, Herr Kanoi.
in our wake. Yeah, Noah Webster is sunk. She's going down. That's a save. And then we just wait for this one. don't come in my direction. You don't know where I am. Don't just run over me by happenstance. I would not like that. Yeah, now he's steaming quite quickly. I think he's been assigned an area to look for us. And it's not where we are, and that's lovely. That illumination and that light from the fire, though. Yeah, I think... Is she... Edward W. Box sunk. Yeah, okay, so they're both sunk. Okay, cool. In that case, down scope.
Ja.
And bring us down to, let's say, 150 meters.
Tauchen auf 150 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
And then you get to command.
Ich benötige hier etwas
And you get to command.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Yeah. That could have been in, like, later in the campaign or something. Like, they could have done such a lot of that. It didn't have to start you on a Fletcher class destroyer, which had a fucking very, very good active sonar and very, very good radar on top of it. They could have started you in like an Echo or a Foxtrot class destroyer from the British Navy, and then as you progress through the war, you get better and better equipment. I get from the happy times, as the U-Boat calls it, which is probably something probably has a very different name among Allied commanders. They could have done that, and then later on transferred you to the Pacific Theater as well, with Zeros coming in and all that. Yeah, that would have been cool. Started in a PT boat, yeah, sure. Could all have been done.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Right.
105 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 125 Meter.
Right, let's get on blue light then.
125 Meter.
Auf blau.
Be as quiet as possible. Much water? 0.1. That's still okay. Now, the great thing is that crew noise is reduced by 75% because of the skipper, 60% because of Jürgen Trömel, and then I think it should also be by... Okay. Scholz isn't doing anything here. Scholz, get on that. There we go. And that was a bug. He can't be here because
Navigation besetzen.
there's already 3 officers in the CIC. Jack, no threats to yourself, and for a naval wargame that's needed. Yeah, because you just had to protect the convoys, and they would never try to attack you. Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's accurate, but yeah. And also, like, the numbers of submarines and the kill counts you get in that is crazy. Now, if we can get away without being spotted once, that would be amazing.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 330 Grad.
I can still hear them firing Illum up in the sky. That has stopped. Nice. Our milk cow will arrive in 10 days. I don't need nowhere near as long to get to where they will be stationed. 446, I can do that with 10 knots, so that's 44 hours. Could be home by then. I could be home by the time they arrive here. 120 hours. 5 days home? Yeah. Yeah, but that wouldn't make sense because the German destroyers, they're all either escorting German U-boats out of the port and then immediately return because of the British blockade, or they are stationed in port and don't leave for the entirety of the war. And you don't sail your convoy close enough to the shoreline to be engaged by naval cannons. I mean, I get the idea that it would be fun gameplay-wise. Don't get me wrong, but it just wouldn't be accurate and realistic. And yeah, it's just that didn't happen, you know. But they could have, like during the Blitz or something, you could have had air attacks. If you're patrolling in the channel, maybe. Oh, apparently the Blitz is already over. Good. That could have been a possibility, or yeah, or just different kind of, like maybe a U-boat has a fucking, what's it called, Zaunkönig or Falke, like the passive sonar torpedoes, and they actively try to engage you. Oh, okay, yeah, that would work. Sure. Yeah. I think like you said, if you had Pacific missions as well, where you get Japanese Zeros coming in or something, or enemy subs that actively hunt you, or you're part of a, like Americans had quite a bit different submarine strategy. They had like those fleet boats, so you would have like you would be part of a military task force instead of just guarding freighters. The war at sea in the east, on the east coast, was fought vastly different compared to the west coast. Right, I think we are probably clear for resurfacing. And the question is, do I go home now? Right, okay, we've got 1,270 miles to go. Divided by 10 knots, that is 127. Divided by 24 hours, that's 5.2 days. So we can be home in 5 days, or we can wait here, be absolutely useless for 9 days without any torpedoes. I think it's better to just leave. And then on the next mission that we do down here, hopefully we will have a milk cow. And also, yeah, turn in the mission, get the skill. How many yields? Well, none. That's the thing. Right, bring us back to periscope depth. And have a little look around. Up scope. There's the convoy, what's left of it. Now with 2 ships less. Yeah, I can recall a resupply boat. That's the milk cow that I was referring to. It's type, U-boat type 14. Basically just a bigger type 9 with extended tanks. Right, both engines ahead half speed. Cancel the alarm. And everybody return to your standard duties. You get a sailor. Or you're on watch, okay. You get 2 sailors then. There we go. In that case, food is fine. I've never run out of food in this game, I'm gonna be honest. Got potatoes. We can stock the galley, that's for sure. 19 of that. 20 sausages. And the rest of the bread. There we go. Right, in that case, blow ballast.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
And then once we're on the surface,
Wechseln. Kommandant.
send those messages. Yeah, let's go home. Turn on the electric compressor,
Kompressor einschalten.
and we can get rid of that area. That's no longer our patrol grid. Get rid of that convoy information. I'm sure we told High Command where they're heading. Oh,
Kurs auf
okay.
Koordinaten setzen.
That is concerning.
Eines unserer U-Boote hat soeben ein mögliches Ziel innerhalb unserer Reichweite gemeldet.
Yeah, that may very well be, but we have no torpedoes. We can't help them.
Eines unserer U-Boote hat soeben ein mögliches
Yep,
Ziel
same.
innerhalb unserer Reichweite gemeldet. Wir wurden von einem nahegelegenen U-Boot über ein mögliches
Same answer again.
Ziel informiert.
We can't help. I'm sorry.
Kurs setzen.
Right, home waters, therefore raise flag.
Herr Kaloin.
Ah, and once again I have forgotten to turn the light back to normal, even though I have a constant reminder right on top of me. I'm just too forgetful for this, I guess. There we are.
Herr Kaloin,
Wait, is chat even visible in game? Yes. Oh, I can get rid of that. There we go.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
There we go. Oh, and the pens should be complete now. We'll be safe from enemy air raids. Yep, they're there. Look at that.
Kurs setzen.
Yeah, the game looks absolutely stunning. It's incredible to me that that is like a small indie dev team. And what's even more unbelievable is that this amazing dev team has teamed up with Playway, this publishing studio that publishes absolute trash.
Kurs setzen.
And they have this gem in their roster. It's amazing. Oh! Front to port! At ease. Look at that, heroes welcome. I guess we did sink quite a bit. Again, I don't see why you would do that. Alright, where is our box? That is dry docked, that is dry docked. That seems to be open, as well as that, and that, and that. All of them, okay. Where is... First of all, a safe, sure. That seems to be the one. Both engines dead slow ahead. We're way too quickly in here.
Kurs setzen.
I see them? No, that's not...
Oder hart Steuerbord.
Mm-hmm.
Oder Mittschiffs.
That's also not my box. Where's my box? I'll just take this one.
Oder hart Backbord.
Both engines stop. Both
Alpha
engines
Stimmen,
astern.
Stopp. Oder Mittschiffs.
To starboard. And rudder midships.
Mittschiffs.
Bring us back a little slower. And 25 port.
Backbord.
And rudder midships. Both engines stop.
Stopp.
Both engines dead slow.
Voraus.
Where is our box? Where are the recruits running around? Is it the furthest one to the right, really? Can't see the officer standing there anywhere. Or the loading officer. Hard port.
Oder hart Backbord. Oder Mittschiffs.
Rudder midships. There we go.
Oder 5 Grad. Steuerbord.
Oh, no, they're sitting there. Okay. I was hidden behind the tanker. Okay. Okay, then.
Ja.
Let's talk to the leading officer.
Letzten Unternehmung sehr beeindruckt. Solide Arbeit, Herr Kommandant.
Thank you. U-boat war badge with diamonds. Survived 8 war patrols. Okay. Oh, that's the newest. Okay. The Knight's Cross with oak leaves and crossed swords. Crossed swords on the Knight's Cross are the next addition to the Knight's Cross, added to previous recipients of oak leaves. It is an extremely rare decoration and only a few Kriegsmarine officers received it. Yes. Crossed swords and diamonds. Yeah, that I think that was only awarded once or something. Those things are super rare. Right, the Black Pit. First campaign goal done. Remote patrol experience is for the radio officers. And we just need 40,000 for the next. Yeah, that is... Oh, only American ships. Whoops. Right. Do we have any crew that needs changing? I don't think so. Oh, we have Lorenz who could come back. And then Johannes Gruber is out of service for another 13 hours. Okay, I mean, if we reload torpedoes... Actually, hang on. Our commander has 3 decoys. We need 2 more decoys.
Die Lagerbestände an.
We need that. What about our medics?
Ja.
5, 5, 5, 5.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
No one wounded on that patrol.
Herr Offizier.
Herr Kapitän.
Hey, little J, you've got all the time in the world. Don't worry about it.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
I will be here in 25 minutes. That is certain. Right, we can get rid of the potatoes and get bread instead. T2, T1, 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 Then in the... Oh, we still had a stern torpedo. Look at that. In the bow tubes, T1, T1, T2, T1. There we go. Fuel, all filled up. Ammunition. Okay, that's all just ammo. Okay. All the same ammo. Good. Good. Photos of off duty for 6 days. Okay. Okay. Supply ship has reached the target square. Good. The T3 we will get in 42. So, July 1st, 1941. Okay, that is very soon. That is, yeah. How about fatigue? -8. Okay, my crew gets vacation now. Shore leave, it's called. My crew needs a break, and we'll send them to the Bavarian village because that's cheaper and does the same effect that I like. 21 days, very nice. Invasion of the Soviet Union. Okay, here we go. By land, sea, and air. Here we go. Oh! Okay. So, High Command has deemed it wise to research the Kristalldrehbasisgerät for our hydrophone man. Yeah, okay, so basically, once that becomes available, High Command researches it automatically. So I only need to do this whenever two things are available at the same time, or when I want to do them early, which I don't. We could get aerial reconnaissance up here, sure, why not? Now, crew, we can get our good and experienced friends Johannes Gruber and Daniel Lorenz back. So, squads, my Gebhardt und Pfeiffer. Gebhardt und... Where's Pfeiffer? There he is. Oh, no. We'll keep Volker Pfeiffer for sure. Because he's also experienced. Gebhardt is gone. And who else can we get rid of? Was Findeisen's cool name? Max Meyer. Max Müller. Get rid of one of the Maxes. Max Müller. He is part of the Starboard Watch. Okay. And then we get back Daniel Lorenz and Johannes Gruber. Okay. So Johannes Gruber, you help here. And Daniel Lorenz reinforces the Starboard Watch. There we go. Right, that'll be done in 11 days. 23 hours. I could spend that time here. Oh, we still need to reload some more stuff. Oop. Okay. That's a nice bug. Oh, hang on. Am I inside another U-boat? Yes, I am. Oh no, I've had that before. When I leave port, there's going to be a massive collision between the boat that I am in and the boat that I'm stuck in. You can see that the hull here, it's doubled. You can see that on the tower too. Yeah. Oh no. Okay. I guess this wasn't my box after all.
Benötigen Sie. Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
I need more food. Specifically bread. And that's all I'll take. And then hopefully... That didn't despawn the other boat. Okay. Get a new order. Southern routes, Black Pit. We want to do the Black Pit. That's for sure. That is pretty close to our... Yeah, anticipated number of vessels in the area. Very large. Lovely. We'll do that. Now, get ready for the crash.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Oh, yep, yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good. Immediately lost the diesel engines. Cool. But only one piece of damage. That's okay. Switch to electric engines then.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
And get us...
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Kurs setzen.
Yeah, mm-hmm.
Bericht.
Schaden am Turm.
Conning tower damaged. Yeah, okay. Stop those repairs. We're just gonna dock and have the dock do it.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Both engines
Alle
stop.
Maschinen stopp.
And dead slow astern.
Kurs setzen.
Which for some reason is super quick. Minus 5 degrees, 6 knots on the slowest engine setting. Stern, it goes
Kurs setzen.
really ballistic. Minus 6 knots. Both engines
Alle
stop.
Maschinen stopp.
And device repaired. Very nice. Did that work? That did work. Nice. Okay. Sorry. Getting... Whoa. Whoops. Sorry about that. Yeah, pulling into port on the second time there kind of caused the game to crash. That is not good. But, you know, stream was salvaged. Everything's nice. So, yeah, not only did my game crash, also my... what's it called? OBS crashed. So that was nice. But we're back now. I think. Just give me a few seconds and I will be back properly. Ah, okay. The camera is also unhappy. Not a problem though. We'll fix that. Yeah. Okay. Don't need the webcam group for the VR treadmill. I can get rid of that here. Yes. Huh. There we are. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Everything's coming back to normal now. Dashboard again. Stream manager. Okay. Okay. Can't synchronize cloud. Okay. Let's find out how big the damage is. I just hope that the save was made before it crashed, or that otherwise the save file is corrupted. That could be a problem. We'll see. Right, first of all, let's find out if Uboat is happy about this. It is. Okay. U-552 scenario info. Oh god, yep, that is screwed, that file. Oh well. Shouldn't be a problem though, because we just got this save as well. What I'm gonna do though, yes, I do want to put to sea. Since we know that the other boat is gonna spawn inside of us, we're just gonna leave the box and go to another one. Both stop and slow astern. Midships. Like a glove. This time we didn't get a crash. And a working save file. Lovely. So let's report back to port. We have been through this. Ah yes, I wanted to check the radio officer's skill. And that would be him. What do you have? Remote patrols experience. Your crew has served on many patrols in very remote areas. They have learned how to fare on their own for long periods of time. These experiences allow this officer to pick up radio transmissions, an extra 10% range, and hear propellers of distant groups of ships 6% higher distance when using a hydrophone. Nice. That is very good. Not the radio one, but the hydrophone one. Okay, so what we're gonna do to increase the time at port a little bit is we're gonna first send our crew on shore leave for 21 days. Nice. Missing cook. Supply ship has reached. Yes, very good. Crew is still off duty for another 15 days. Nice. At that time they will have started researching on the Kristallgri Basisgerät. Invasion of the Soviet Union has begun. Yes, we've got 11 days and 23 hours until they have researched the new hydrophone. We need 2 new bolts. We need food. Get rid of the potatoes because we can't get any of them here. And get some more vegetables and some more sausages. That should do. 2 days. Another 9 days. Okay. And fuel. We need fuel, of course. We also need a new repair part. 3 minutes. Okay, that's not gonna be long. Take sonar decoys. And then we can fill up the galley so we can store even more food. We can't fill up the potatoes though, because we don't have any in reserve, but that's not a problem. 14. There we go. So we've got another 15 to spread across 3. That's 5. Another 5. And another 5. There we go. And get more food.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
So, more vegetables, more bread, more sausages. There we go. And for some reason, the commander has dropped all of his decoys into storage, which he wasn't supposed to do. He was supposed to do quite the opposite of that.
Jawohl.
Wait for him to go down there. Close that hatch. And close the bow torpedo room. Give the crew a little bit of privacy. So we don't have to listen to their discussions. It's better for your sanity, believe me.
Lagerbestände an.
Okay, he's taken that out. Yes, good. Okay. In that case, 1 day. Get another day. 8 days.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Right, torpedo. I mean, we could probably just get rid of that. We've been carrying that for a long time. It needs maintenance, you know. Get another one in there. And take that one. Take some T1s and a T2 in tube number 3. Bow storage, T1, 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 T2, T1, T1, T1. 4 days only. Aww. I kind of want to... 3 days and 18 hours. Okay.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände
I was really unhappy with the torpedoes you provided me. I'm gonna need replacements for those. I don't like the color, I'm sorry. 2 days? Yeah, okay. One day, 10 hours. Okay, yeah. Those T2s that you sent me, they are also faulty. They need to be replaced, I'm sorry. One day. Okay. 2 hours and 40 minutes. Okay. Any more food that we need to replenish? No, I guess we don't use food in the harbor. Good to know.
Sehen Sie sich die Lagerbestände an.
Oh, the deck gun ammunition. Yeah, that needs to be replaced as well. Who knows how long we've been carrying that? 17 hours. Yeah, that'll do. Lovely. Yep. That is done. Lovely. Detox we get in... Ooh. The 5th of August. Oh wait, did that say 41 or 42? 41, okay. And then this one. The 5th of September 1941. That is way too early for the Balkongerät. That is too early. And I don't know if they were ever put on Type 7s at all. Not sure about that. Let's actually have a look. Wikipedia knows everything. Especially about this kind of stuff. Hydrophone. No result on the Balkongerät, okay. Gruppenhorchgerät, S-Gerät, there we go. Balkongerät. Right, the basically it means balcony device. The balcony device was first tried on board of U-9149er, February 1943. And U-149 was a Type 9 C-40. And yeah, It was standard on all Type 21s, but it also was put onto boats of Type 7C. Okay, okay. So unless I have a Type 7C and it's past February 43, I'm not gonna put the balcony device on my boat. The Kristall-Drehbasisgerät was a... Okay. Was very, very susceptible to depth charge damage, but it did not have a dead angle in the bow. Right. When did we get that, though? Can we have this? Is this article available in English? Yes, it is. Balkongerät. Group listening devices. Yes. Ah. Kristall-Drehbasisgerät, which is a lovely German word for hangman. I wonder if we can find that out. The U-boats. There we go. Technologies. Snorkel. Wachstelze was the rotor kite, yes. Underwater sound detectors. In World War 1 and 2. Can I use the search on this site? Yeah, it's on the foredeck. We know this, but when was it introduced? Sorry if that's a bit boring. I just want to know. Essgerät, yeah, that was the balcony. Early warboats, mostly Type 7s, removed from 1942 onwards due to extreme vulnerability. I don't believe... Yeah, okay, good. GHG are the hydrophones arranged in a small semicircle near the forward hydroplanes. We can look at that. That is... Whoop. That is essentially our hydrophone. Gruppenhorchgerät, group listening device, that is the group. We see them on the port side and starboard side, and that is also the reason why we have a dead angle dead ahead, because none of the group's listening devices are oriented in that direction. That is solved with the Kristall-Drehbasisgerät, which is essentially a thing that gets mounted onto the top here, probably right there or here, and that also makes it possible for us to listen in dead ahead. The only difference is that we can't use that while surfaced. This one we can use while surfaced, only that the results of that are not gonna be great. Because we're so close, the device is so close to the crashing waves that interferes with it. I don't... Oof. I mean, then that is another inaccuracy in this game, that you get the KDB later, even though that should have been the start of the war. Either way, we're gonna install that now.
Benötigen Sie, Herr Offizier?
We want, in the listening room, we want the KDB. The hydrophone system, Tier 1 hydrophone system, okay. It has a set of 6 hydrophones that can be rotated around the axis. This simple solution allows near-perfect hearing estimation, but placement of this device makes it vulnerable. Yes, that is what it does. It takes 1 day to install this upgrade. Not a problem, we have time. And there it is. Now, that is our lovely new Kristall-Drehbasisgerät, which is one word. I think Little J was talking about how long German words are the other day. So Kristall-Drehbasisgerät. So Gerät is device. Everything oriented in World War II Germany is a Gerät, a device, tool, whatever. Gerät is just meaning device. Kristall is crystal. Drehbasisgerät. So basically what that says is it has some sort of crystal in it that probably starts swinging, and then we can turn that into sounds or something, or can put that, we can determine the sound by that, by the way that the crystal swings. I would just assume that. And it is on a rotating device, so Dreh, so Kristall Drehbasis. It's on a basis of rotation. It is based on rotation. It uses a crystal, and it's a device. So crystal turn basis device. I guess that is as close as I can get to what it means. And then obviously crystal turn basis device, that is 4 words. Kristall Drehbasisgerät is only 1 word, but it is perfect for Hangman because it also has an umlaut in it. It's perfect. Next time you play that, use this word. Now, we need a job, or a mission rather. We have a job. Yes. Give me orders, please. Southern routes or Black Pit? I think Black Pit. Anticipated number of vessels in the area, large. We love that. Yeah, let's do that. We have fresh torpedoes, twice actually. We sent them back because we didn't like them. There we go. We can close those now. And we can get going. Also, if you've just turned into... Oh no, we got a war correspondent. Oh no. Behave this trip. If you've just turned into the stream, hello, welcome. I am Weight Loss Games. I play VR games on the VR treadmill and lose weight by doing it. And sometimes, when the muse strikes me, I also play U-Boat. Mostly unscheduled, but also scheduled on Sundays when I do a little bit of rest. Hello, Ertl. Oh, he's already got his camera on. War correspondent warmly thanks Weight Loss Games for allowing him to join the crew during this assignment. Weight Loss Games shakes his hand after some small talk, explains basic things about living on board U-76 and where his bunk is. Johannes Ertl appreciates the help, adds that he's not his first time on a ship, and confirms that he will be fine. That is great. Okay, we've got a job, we've got a mission, we can leave. Let's go. Both engines dead slow. Captain, you can get back. Commander, you can get back below. You are not on watch. Oh no, he is on watch. He's on watch on the chart table. Because he's our navigator. Oh, and well, I've got you all here. Tomorrow is a big day, because tomorrow, or today rather, for me at least, I will start streaming Fallout VR as a blind playthrough on this channel. So if you want to watch me walk to every single location in Fallout, you can do that coming tomorrow. Ah, look at the shadow casting on the... Ah, it's just... This game just looks so good. And with that bit of self-promotion, I have scared every viewer away. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, well. Doesn't really matter. Hey, why don't I see you in chat? Let me just restart my app here. I just noticed that my chat is not being updated. Hang on. Hang on. Welcome to... Ah, there you go. Hello. Hello, little J. So you asked about the sub-pens. Well, those are the sub-pens. Essentially just giant concrete, steel-enforced concrete bunkers that also serve as dry docks for the U-boats. You can close the front end here, pump out all the water, and then you can work on the boat. So these were shipyard, safekeeping, and logistics for resupplying them and all that, all in one bit. And some of them still stand today. Well, my day was pretty good. Thank you for asking. Like, I finally got Fallout 4 to work with all the mods installed. I've figured out that using the treadmill on it does not cause any issues. That just works like... It worked like that. Didn't have to do anything to get that to work. Lovely. Love it when that happens. So I'm all set for streaming Fallout come tomorrow. And I'm really excited for that. Because I didn't like it when I first played it. Because they dumbed it down quite a bit from previous Fallout games. But I think like when it comes to VR games, there's really not much choice. There's not many games that you can spend a lot of time in. And Fallout 4 is a very, very big game. It's up there with like Witcher 3 and all that. Like you can spend a lot of time in that, especially if you don't use fast travel, which I'm not gonna. And yeah, I'm gonna be excited for that. Yeah, sorry, not a good time for you. You'll still be in school. That's my normal stream time at 7 p.m. GMT +1. So that's I think that's 1 p.m. for you. But I'm still figuring out my stream schedule. Like I think obviously Fallout 4 is going to be a bit more interesting to many people, so I might move that to the weekend. I don't know yet. I will have a bit of testing around on that. Both engines slow speed ahead, or ahead slow, you would say. Bring that to starboard a little bit. And then once we clear the... Oh, actually, hang on. I have to find out what that is in English. Kohlenkopf. Pierhead. Really? Oh, that's so simple. Okay. Once we clear the pierheads, we will... increase speed furthermore. Yes, I was a frigate man. I served on basically every type of German frigate that there was, except for the 122 class. Apparently we are, yes, I'm really excited for that. But that's going to be obviously later in the day, so I will have my normal VR stream, and then in the evening I will link up with Josh, and we're going to do Wolfpack, and I'm also very excited for that. This weekend is going to be interesting. Yes, I am German. Yes, stream language is in English, but if you wanna write in chat in German for something directed towards me, I have absolutely no problem with that.
setzen.
Right, let's head into the Black Pit. Yeah, and you can see the milk cow is right here by the Azores. Our target is right here, so we can resupply quickly if needs be. Yeah, absolutely. Especially in the first 2 years of my, well, career, I could say. It wasn't a career back then, I was an enlisted man. In the first 2 years, I served on FGS Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, which is a 123 type frigate, and that is a designated sub-hunter. That thing can blow out a torpedo every 2 minutes and has a large torpedo storage. And is not as good in air defense or anything else. That was our sub-hunter for quite a while. Actually, come to think of it, that is still our sub-hunter to this day. We haven't got any new ones. And that is very thick fog. You can furl the flag. We are out of home waters, and we can increase time. Let's see, has the weather bettered itself? Yes, it did. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. Bit of a rough sea here,
Halbe Fahrt voraus.
but that's still okay.
Uns wurde von einem verbündeten Boot ein mögliches Ziel in unserer Nähe gemeldet.
Let's see this. U-94. Convoy in sight. Square Bravo Foxtrot 449er. Bravo Foxtrot 449er. That is right on our course. At 2320. And we see them. Sorry, journal. There we go. Bravo Foxtrot 449er. Course 12 degrees, 9 knots. That is excellent. Course 12. There we go. Not 91. 9. So we know that they will do this in 10 hours.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
I think even with flank speed, I would not make it in time, but I think we can safely assume where they're going. We need a 60-mile radius for the hydrophone. Actually, no. We don't know what the new range of the hydrophone is. Because first of all, we got a new skill, and secondly, we got the new device. So we'll need to be at least there.
Setzen.
I think we need to speed up.
Fahrt voraus.
Yeah, speed up to full speed ahead. 15 knots. Let's put it like this. And then hopefully we can get them on a hydrophone up there. That's gonna use a lot of fuel to get there. Right. Both engines. I will do that after diving.
Vorfluten.
Let's use Vorfluten. Or pre-flood. Flooding. I think he floods. What is that setting? I think he floods only the bow. Yeah, the bow ballast tank and the stern ballast tanks, and the big ones on the side he doesn't flood yet. So that we have, with that we still have some buoyancy, but the deck is awash. Right, that is pre-flooded. Lovely. Bring us down to 50.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Oh, thanks for the follow, mate. Much appreciated. Oh, I wanted to check the time of how long it takes for them to get down now, but I kind of forgot to set the stopwatch. Oh well. Yeah, I mean, every Navy man has to know that movie by heart. There's no way around it. I can probably watch the 5-hour version and say every line together with the characters. It, it's it's a normal thing. Like, oh, we have an evening off. What are we gonna do? Get some beers, watch Das Boot again. Normal thing. I have not read the book though. I probably should.
Aktuelle Tiefe 25 Meter.
Right. Both engines dead slow ahead.
Voraus.
And let's see our hydrophone range now. And give it a save. Ah, it's really weird with a microphone in front of my face.
40 Meter.
Right, let's see. What can our hydrophone man do? 62 miles? 70? 80 miles. Not bad, sir. Not bad at all.
Aktuelle Tiefe
And if I put my experienced hydrophone man on there,
Auszeit.
what happens then?
Horchraum besetzen. Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Meter.
81 miles. Okay, so yeah, I think I got the same skill on him as well. Because he's leveled up so much now. Yeah, sensitive hearing. 25 degrees higher range. Okay. And if we turn it off,
Alle Maschinen.
it's gonna be even more then.
50 Meter.
85 miles of range. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Kurs setzen.
So both engines half ahead.
Meter.
That is actually one of the most accurate things about this film. Like, I don't know if you know the proverb. I'm just gonna say it in German because I don't really know how to translate that properly. Nach müde kommt doof. And when you're out at sea for long periods of times, you pretty much you've talked about everything after, I don't know, the second day, and then you just start doing nonsense, man. It is what it is. Like the him flicking the booger to the other sailor and stuff like that. That is peak junior petty officer behavior. I can recount similar things.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
Yeah.
55 Meter.
I mean, sailors are notorious for being loud and rude and swearing a lot, and then being disgusting just fits right in there as well. It is accurate, I have to say. It's probably not what you wanted to hear, but it's true though.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Can we not get contact on that? So that was 2320. It's now no, I think that one slipped through our slipped through our net. I'm gonna stay submerged until the air runs out, and then we're gonna continue to our mission objective, because if I sank any of that
Setzen.
on the way there, it would not count. So
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
low air quality, there we go. Okay, blow ballasts, let's get up.
Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter.
Oh,
Meter.
well, to be fair, they didn't do it much before.
5 Meter.
But the Laconia incident, the 12th of September 1942. Okay, so it's still a year until that happens. Oh, and recharge.
Elektrokompressor ein.
And the war correspondent wants to know something. There he is. What's up?
Ja. Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Okay. You might want to get off the deck, son.
Kondensstreifen. Peilung 350.
You might really want to get off the deck now.
Auf maximal sichere Tiefe gehen.
Als eingespielte Mannschaft werden wir dem Feind zeigen, wozu ein U-Boot in der Lage ist.
Can't wait for radio detection devices. 350, okay, so right in front of us. Alright, bring us down to 150.
Auf 150 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5
Auf
Meter.
E-Motor.
There we go. Yeah, something like that. Stupid, probably. Right, we are below the waves.
Wasserbomben.
He did drop
Beträchtliche Entfernung.
quite some distance away. Okay, I don't think he's gonna come back for a second run. So both engines dead slow. We can stay at 100.
Tauchen auf 100 Meter.
90 Meter.
There we go. And then we're gonna stay submerged until it's dark and switch to blue light
Schalten.
so that the air lasts longer.
Aktuelle Tiefe 100 Meter.
Oh, we can cancel the alarm. Calm down, everybody. $17.5. Probably go a little bit further with that. Let's do until 1800 hours. %, oxygen, okay. Blow the tanks. And set both engines to ahead half speed.
Fahrt voraus.
95 Meter.
Aktuelle Tiefe.
No, I kind of made this plan yesterday when Josh said that he can't stream tonight because he's got to get up early tomorrow. So I thought, I'm just gonna fill in then. So that the people get their nightly dose of U-Boat. Plus, we still had we had a bit of a cliffhanger last time with the convoy down here, so I thought
20 Meter.
might as well just do that. Good idea. Yeah, thank you. And here we are, back on the surface. Turn on the electric compressor. Contrail spotted, we can send that report now. Alright, let's keep going.
Uns wurde von einem Verbündeten ein mögliches Ziel in unserer Nähe gemeldet.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, you guys are welcome. And I also need my daily dose of U-Boat, you know? U-553, Convoy in Square, Bravo Echo 276. Bravo Echo 276. Oh, that is even better. 222. "22 steamers, 15 escorts." Jesus. Western course. Not good. Maybe actually that's very good. Maybe if we catch them, we get into a patrol area first. But we'll have to increase speed.
Voraus.
And that was 222. So in 10 hours, let's assume that they're going 9 knots as well. That is a normal convoy travel speed. In 9 hours, they would have been here. And 10 hours, so that would be midday. 22 minutes past. 12:22. So that would have been 20 minutes ago. Not in hydrophone range yet. Do another 10 hours. That's going to be 22. That is a so-called Schnapszahl. I am now owed the crew a bit of drink. And that is still not in hydrophone range.
Kommandant, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Yes, thank you. And then plus another 10 is 32 plus minus 24 to make the day away. Is 8 in the morning, so 0822. Let's wait through the night. Well, it's quite funny. I was really scared when I went into 5th grade and had to learn English. Like the night before, I was really scared. And then after the first lesson, I thought that is the coolest thing ever, and I'm really good at it. And I just kind of got better at it as I went along. And then I spent, in year 11, I spent half a year in New Zealand. That was pretty good. And then obviously I work in shipping. And the language of seafaring is English. Spanish helps too, because Spain had a lot of colonies, and Spanish is still important as an economic language. But then everything else on the globe is either English or, French. My French is not that good. My Spanish is a lot better. I did have to learn French during school. I did that from year 7 all the way up to year 10. No, year 6 all the way up to year 10, so 4 years. And then when I did my A-levels in the last 3 years, I also did Spanish. And then I kind of forgot everything. And now I'm using Duolingo to get back on my Spanish. And it's actually, I like that app a lot. It helps. It really helps. Alright, let's give this another, not 10 hours, but another 5 hours maybe. We could do a single dive, because we don't know if the speed of 9 knots was even correct. Maybe we already have them in our hydrophone. Yeah, man, every country in Europe teaches English. English is the world language. You need to learn that. Alright, let's do deck wash again. Let that flood nicely. Okay, there we go. Now, bring us down to 50. Click. Now I notice that he immediately starts flooding the rest. Oh, there's no one on the bridge anymore. Interesting. Yeah, I don't like French either. Like, I had the choice. That is the thing. You can either learn French or Latin. And Latin obviously being a dead language, nobody speaks it anymore. And it's also very hard. So I thought, well, this is the choice between pestilence and cholera. So I kind of flipped a coin and then I got French, so I learned French. I did not enjoy it. I did a test in like year 9, I think, or in year 10. I was very quick, Jesus. I did a test and I apparently speak it on the level of B2, or at least back then I did. Nowadays, man, I don't speak French anymore. Well, no. Latin is probably simpler than German. I don't know, actually. German is very hard. That's the thing. But if you know if you grew up with it from birth, then obviously it's not hard to you. Yep, that is safe. Very good. And let's slow down so that our hydrophone man can actually listen to something. And there they are. Dead ahead, look at that. 43 miles plus, 359. Okay, so hang on, 43 miles plus. Somewhere between there and there, because that is the maximum range. And we know that they started there, so their course is actually something like this. And it's now 7 in the morning. So it's been 10, 20... Oh, hang on. 10, 20 hours. And then another 9 hours? Yes. Been 29 hours minus... Yeah, okay, we'll forget about the 20 minutes. So 29, they have done 242 miles. 242 miles in those 29 hours. That means they're going a speed of 8 knots. Okay, we've got them now. So we can continue. Their course is, well, westerly is kind of correct. They're going 265. Lovely. So from here on out, we can say 265. And let's give them 80 for 10 hours. There we go. That's their absolute course. We will parallel that. 265. And get back to the surface and hunt them there. Both engines great speed ahead. Blow the tanks. Normal light. Boop. Large convoy. U-553 reported a convoy consisting of 22 steamers and 15 escorts on a western course, and we're gonna try and get that.
25 Meter.
Yeah, German is hard, and I hear that from many people that they want to learn that. It's just that it's not really useful to you. Like if you're in the US, like many people have German ancestry, like we talked about that, sure. But it's only spoken in Germany, Switzerland, parts of Switzerland and Austria. Well, kind of. They don't really speak German, let's be honest. So yeah, it's not really, you're not gonna get much out of it, you know? It's just a novelty, like you could flex to people like I speak German. I guess that is cool, probably. But yeah, you're not gonna get much use out of it. Like especially in like when I was still in the Navy. Like you have a lot of like NATO allied people that obviously speak English, yes, but also you get NATO allies from Spain and stuff like that. You can speak with them. Well, let's just say let's agree to disagree. Hey, it's Sabinios. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I can tell people that it sounds fun and confusing at the same time. It does. It does. There are things that make no sense in German, obviously. For example, that we have gendered things. Like in English, everything is it, unless it is a living thing. But in German, you also differentiate between the genus and the sexes. So it can have a grammatical gender. So the door, for example, is female. The window doesn't have a gender, it's it. And the floor is male. Why? Don't know. Nobody knows. It's just the way it is. And also, it is not a real gender. It is a genus, not a sexist. So it's not really female. It's just grammatically female. It's confusing. Absolutely, I agree. Do I want it changed? No. Why? It's the way that the language evolved. So let's keep it as it is.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Right, and the great thing is, on that intercept, we should be able to see them once we get them in range. Horrible weather, though. Well, the sea could be rougher, I suppose. But the visibility will be not that great.
Alarm! Flugzeug ins...
An aircraft out here. They must have an aircraft carrier with them. Dive, dive, dive. Ahead flank.
Schneller, schneller. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Jawohl, ich
They will have an aircraft carrier. Yes, exactly. Yeah. That is the same in German. And it was Admiral Chester Nimitz, an American, who said that the reason ships are referred to as female is because it costs so much to keep them in paint and powder.
könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Come on, bring her down.
Kümmere mich darum.
Although there were exceptions. For example, the fast patrol boats that we had, until we replaced them with the corvettes of the Magdeburg class, I think they're called. The fast patrol boats, they were named after rodents, like ermine and weasel, you know, animals like that. And they were referred to as he. For some reason, I don't know. And yeah, they were a special breed, those people. They famed themselves that their ships are still, or the boats are still made out of wood. They always said Männer aus Stahl fahren Boote aus Holz. So men of steel sail on boats made of wood. They took great pride in that.
Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
And he drops charges. Very close, he says.
65 Meter.
Oh yeah, just past, behind our stern.
Ich benötige hier Unterstützung.
Like, we can probably hear them already. Yeah, there's no way. Okay, so a plane came from dead ahead, dropped charges on us immediately, and we're this far out, they have an aircraft carrier. That is an absolute certainty. Right. Uboat, get on the dive planes. Bring us back to periscope depth.
100 Meter.
That took a long time to catch that.
80 Meter.
I'll probably do another hour or two, depending on how the attack goes, and then I'll go to bed. Big day tomorrow, after all.
40 Meter.
20 Meter. Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Zero-Tiefe.
Thank you.
Für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Herr Kapitän?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, we need to get past them, of course. I do see them pretty much from behind. Look at how... that's gonna be one column. Look at how close the smokestacks are together. If I saw them in line, we would be right behind them. These ones we do see in line. That's two. One there, one there. Maybe that's even more. Mate, that's absolutely no problem. You can always watch the VOD. You can, you know, I'd love it if I saw a YouTube comment from you or anything. Like, I'd be absolutely delighted. It's not a problem. I know that there's a time difference. Yeah, there's no obligation to watch me. You don't have to keep apologizing. It's all fine. Everything's fine. Let's go about 30. Yeah, 30 degrees to port. Slow down to great speed, full speed, and blow the tanks.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
And get off the battle stations. We were spotted by whom? The plane's still around. Or did they catch the report, maybe? Ah, okay. Not a problem. Charge the compressed air. We need to do that. We're down to 36%. Actually, at this point, it might be a good thing to turn on both of them, because we might have to crash dive. Aircraft detected. Another one. What bearing? 21 degrees. A Sunderland? That's not a carrier-borne... Yeah, that's not a carrier-borne plane. Right, 90 degrees support. Get on the deck gun, get on the AA gun. We're gonna have to shoot that one down. And flank speed. And battle stations. Lime Kühler, get on damage control. Yes, thank you. Rudder amidships. Let's do this manually. Whoops, I said let's do this manually. Maybe we can get a reload in. Hit him once. Oh god. Hard to starboard. That was good. Midships. Short Sunderland shot down. Cancel alarm. And you can get off your station. And full speed ahead. Okay, we know that they are pretty much on that line. So we can do a nice little offset distance of that. What is our visual range? 7 miles. Offset 7 miles. Go like this, and then go back on parallel course. Right, turn off the... Oh, the diesel The diesel compressor wasn't even turned on, even though I gave that order. Must have been because we called on alarm, so someone was probably on the way there and then went back. And also you don't need so many sailors now. Lovely. Right, 265 is what we said, I think. Yeah. Go up to here. And then go on parallel. Might have to do a little bit more, because obviously those 7 miles are to the center line of the convoy. And the convoy is a few miles in diameter, so let's just do 12 miles. Plus we can see their smoke trails over the horizon quite far. Now is that 265? Yes, it is. Perfect. That is a big convoy. Look at that. That is a big one. Yeah, we're definitely going to do one attack on him. And because we're going to do that, I'm going to get myself a nice little refill. Be right back, guys. And where's my webcam group? Webcam group. sitting webcam group. Poof. And I'm back. And I just had a thought. Do you guys know that they made, in order to promote this game U-Boat, they made a board game? Did you know that? They did. And it's amazing. The board game essentially is a 4-player, but you can play it with less. You can even play it by yourself, and you take on 4 roles of the crew. And it's a PvE game, so player versus entity, and it's with an app. So you either have a PC running with a very simplified version of U-Boat running on it, or on a smartphone or a tablet. And you play together to sail the U-Boat through the seas and sink enemy ships. And it's pretty damn good. Like, in my living room, I have a projector to throw an image on the wall for movies and all that, like a home cinema. And yeah, putting the big board game table in front of the wall, put the image of the app onto the wall, and play U-Boat with 4 players is my kind of a good time. It's amazing. It really is, especially if you play with ex-Navy or active Navy guys, because everybody kind of knows what they're doing, and it's great fun. Absolutely. And what's even better is that game sold so well that they got sold out very quickly, and they are now making a reprint of that game with a big resin model for the U-Boat in the middle, and not made of cardboard. And I'm gonna look forward to that very much. U-Boat the board game, absolute blast to play. Like, it takes a bit getting used to, especially the navigator. He has to know his stuff, otherwise you get lost. Because the navigator is the one that takes care of food, which is easy. Or he's also the one who takes care of, well, navigating. So a bit of basic skills you need for that. Where to buy? Well, nowhere at the moment. That's the problem. You can find used copies. Just. Oh yeah. So here's the whoop. Here's the boat in pieces. You can see that's the part of the torpedo room. Let me just see if I can find a nice little piece to demonstrate of what the people have to know to play this. Yeah, so this is the stuff for the navigator. Hang on. You got a ruler, of course. You got a course protractor and the attack disc, where you put on the enemy's speed, enemy's course, and your own ship's course to determine the perfect attack angle and all that. Actually, this is a good tool for this game as well. Yeah, it's super complicated, I guess, and great fun. And unfortunately, at the moment, not available. While I was in the other room, I was just struck with this piece of knowledge that I have. Did you know that they make that game? Yes, I did. You probably did. I find that amazing. And I think it's the same people that did it, because or at least they're closely affiliated, because I know the devs of this game are Polish, and the people who presented this game on like the board game conventions, they were Polish as well. So, also, I'm gonna do, because so that you get the proper Josh experience here on this stream, I'm gonna have a little late night snack, but I'm gonna turn my camera off for that, because there's no point in you watching me munch. And I'm gonna see if you can even pick that up on the microphone, and if you can, I'm gonna mute myself, because I don't want to hear you guys. I don't want you guys to hear me munching. So I'm afraid I'm not a perfect replacement for Josh. But you know, you gotta make some sacrifices, I guess. Exactly. Also, I'm just teasing, you know? Josh, if you're watching, I'm just teasing. I am just teasing. So, we now have them. Starboard side abreast. Lovely. Gonna get in front of them. And sink some of them. And then, if we probably will shoot all of our torpedoes before we even reach the patrol area, which is absolutely not a problem. Because we can just go down and resupply. Also, I'm gonna write down 60,103. Because I want to know if my tonnage is being updated if I'm not officially in the grid yet. I think it does, but I'm not sure. So, we've lost their smoke trails.
Kurs 3.
Therefore... No, there they are. We can turn the first increment of 45 degrees. Could probably have done 90 degrees already, but... Just gonna rather be safe than sorry. So essentially, when I do these things, I have the general course of the enemy. I put an offset distance in it, and then basically, if I have to overtake them like this, 45 degrees to get the offset, overtake them, 45 degrees to close in, another 45 degrees to be on attack course, and then just attack. So now we're in the first increment, 45 degrees. We know they're on that line. Attack range is 2 miles. That's the center line though. So we are gonna get a good close in on this. I could probably start burning so much diesel at this point. Am I still receiving radio reports? Yes, I am. Okay, so U5 something? What's its number? U553 is still on that. Bravo Echo 781? Is that the one? No. Bravo Echo 781 was another one we received, but that's nowhere near us. Okay. Okay. Yeah, another 45 degrees now. And then slow down to dead slow. Give the engines a little rest. And I'm back. Also. Check that out. Oh, you can't read it there. Look at that. Less than 10 kilograms to go until I reach my first major dietary goal. So another less than 20 pounds now. Then I will be BMI 30. And then from then on, just another 1.3 kilograms, and then I will be below 100 kilos, and that is super exciting, man. Super exciting. So yeah, if you want to watch a fat man lose weight, tune in. I stream VR treadmill streams every single day, except on Sundays. Just a little bit more, yeah. And then from those 100 kilograms, I'm gonna just keep going. I'm just gonna keep going until I just stop losing weight at some point. Yeah, look at that. They're coming right in front of our bow. 70 degrees. That'll be, yeah, obviously that's them. Ah, yes. Good spot, sir. Yeah, exactly, until I'm down to pure muscle. Like, I remember when I came back from New Zealand in 2009, I just realized, oh god, that is 2 years before you were born. Fuck, I'm old. Yes, in 2009, when I came back from New Zealand, I was like 86 kilograms. Because New Zealand is absolutely crazy. We had outdoor education as a school subject, where we would just go out and kayak and climb a mountain and a glacier and stuff like that. They had that as a fucking school subject. Yeah, well, thing is though, that's not how fat works. You just starve, like all the others. Those reserves, they don't really work like a chameleon, or like a the dromedary or a camel works. But yeah, you know the drill. Shoot me a follow, then you can watch me suffer through my weight loss on that thing over there, which you can't see at the moment. And yeah, especially with Fallout 4, I think we're gonna have a great time. Let's see if we can make out some column. First of all, save. Always save. Things are happening in this game. That's one column here. That's probably an escort going in front of it. That is very close, that one. That's also probably an escort. Yeah, man. I'm really happy about it. And what I'm really happy about that is that I could tell from the amount of money that I got out of that, and I also get a notification of how much money they spent on it. So I could reverse engineer the order that they did, and I know that they used my ref link, they used my coupon code, and they waited for them to have a sale, which is exactly what I told them to do. Even though, you know, when they order outside of a sale, I would get more money out of it, but I don't care about that. I just wanted, like, if you want to buy one of those treadmills, then absolutely wait for them to have a sale. Use my coupon code, you get even more of a sale out of it, and you're gonna get a very, very decent price for it. Paying full price for one of those is madness. Don't do it. So I was really happy that I basically got someone to make a slightly smarter decision on getting into such an investment, which they are a big investment. Okay, so we now see them. Oh, they changed course. Have they changed course? Look at how much their smoke is drifting. No, it's just from the angle. We're nearly in front of that column. You can see if we saw them in like behind each other, we would know that we're right in front of that. So right now is probably a good idea to reflood the other, like the bow and stern ballast tanks. Let them come a little bit closer. And come a little bit closer while still maintaining watch on deck. More and more smoke. Yeah, it absolutely is useful now. You get a lower sight profile. You get spotted harder, but also your fuel consumption is up a little bit, and your speed is down a little bit. So there is a point of not doing this the entire time. But since I'm already going dead slow ahead. What? Destroyer closing in fast? Oh, have they got radar now, maybe? Huh. Well, then get down. That is a worthwhile alarm, though. Repair tube 3. You stay on the engines. You get on the hydrophone. You get on the radio. You get on command. You get on the periscope. And you get on the TDC. Destroyer closing in fast. I've never heard that alarm message. So that means that they spotted him coming in before we even spotted the destroyer, which is something that never happened before, because usually they had to spot us first. So him or her, it's a ship, coming in with extreme speed. Like they knew where we are before they even saw us, tells me they have radar. Or am I mistaken? Ah, it's a big searchlight.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff.
Let's watch him though. I assume that's the destroyer they're talking about.
60 Grad. Zerstörer, 60 Grad. Zerstörer, 105 Grad.
105 degrees? Where? I don't see it.
Auf Rotlicht wechseln.
Right. I don't think they spotted us. Good call by the watch gang, though.
Alle Maschinen.
Let's stop, because we see them pretty much from the front. Oh! Have they, by any chance, spotted the other U-boat? U-55, whatever the number was. U-553. That where they was all of a sudden rushing in our direction. It could be. You don't know for certain. That is the thing in war. That is fog of war, basically. You have an unclear overview of the situation all the time. You always assume things. That's a big destroyer. Or a close destroyer. Oh, the weather is... it's getting misty.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
Yep. Although in today's day and age we use green light for that. But it's still a thing. Have they changed the entire convoy's course to evade that U-boat that they found, maybe?
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Colonel? Schraubengeräusche. Kriegsschiffe, kleine Gruppe. 55 Grad. Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 65 Grad.
At least looking for something, that's for sure.
Schraubengeräusch.
Damn that mist.
Peilung 50 Grad.
Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 85 Grad.
85 degrees, okay. It is very misty now. I don't like that at all. Might have to re-engage that convoy. Although in the mist we're harder to spot as well.
U-Boot 90 Grad.
Nah, where are you? There it is. Can you leave, maybe? Destroyer dead ahead. Oh man, look at that. Destroyer. Oh, that's what's the name? Wickers Clemens or something? It's not a Caldwell because the front stack is higher. Town class? No, it only has 3 stacks. Town class. I see the little basket there. Yeah, that's a town class destroyer. Okay. Top speed 30 knots. Nice. Yeah, they definitely detected the other U-boat. Right, there's a C3 that's gonna pass behind us. So we know we're inside the convoy now. So stop. Let them pass us. That's actually our first target. Tube 5, stern receiver. Parallax correction backwards. Prepared tube 5.
Verstanden. Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Now, he has a mast height of 36. I remember that. I'm gonna give you my calculator. And a mast height, milliradian scale. He's steaming fast. Look at him go. Detached from the convoy, probably making a run for it. 100 milliradian. 13. 13.2 at the moment.
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher
Click.
Entfernung.
Length of 143 divided by oh, he's quick. He's really quick. "28 seconds
Torpedorohr 5
times 1.902, close to going 10 knots. Yeah.
Wasserbomben in
Get back into the CIC. Target speed 10 knots. Torpedo speed 30. Magnetic pistol on all of these, please. Flood tube 5. Torpedo depth 7 is correct. On the zoom in, 120 milliradian. 1.1 kilometer. Angle on bow is green 70. Gyro angle still set to stern. Good. And tube 5, launch. Set back to everything back to bow attack. And my reload tube 5.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
Actually, no. My get ready on loading these, maintaining these ones. Uboat, you get on reloading type tube 5.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
And you'll only load and not maintain.
Ja.
Now, let's see what our torpedo is doing. Probably gonna miss. Yes, it is. The ship was even faster than that. Yeah, I expected that. It's probably still accelerating when I took the measurement.
20 Sekunden.
But that was close, though. Not bad.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag. Ja. Fehlschuss.
Get the water out of the boat, please.
Einschalten.
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
What about tube 4? Why can't you maintain that? We got a flooded tube forward. No, we don't. Too bad on that attack. Would have loved to score the first early hit. Too bad indeed. There's our targets. Oh, destroyer. Single one going. Yeah. Many of them detached themselves from the convoy to make a run for it. Bad speed readings on that. G80S68. That's the one we had earlier, isn't it? The town class one. Town class type Delta. Tube 5 loaded, nice. Get back on the engines, thank you. I might hit it with the type 2 torpedo. I'm still deciding. Actually, you get on improving the dive planes.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Thank you. Maintain tube 3.
Mich darum kümmern.
Our receiver, tube 3. That's the electric torpedo. The town class type Delta is 95.5 meters long. I'll have to wait for him to come a little bit further forward.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Very good. Get on the battle damage control. Get back in the CIC.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
And now that you're in there, flood tube 3. Draft 2.7 meters, set torpedo depth 2.5, magnetic pistol. Excellent. Both engines are stopped. Now time for the speed measurement. Click. 95.5 meters divided by click. Give that a save. That is 21 seconds. 4.5 times 1.902 equals 8.7. Set torpedo speed 8.7. Torpedo speed is going 30. Lovely. The destroyer has a mast height of 28 meters. I see him on the zoom out at 40 milliradian. 640 meters. Wow, he's close. 640, set, 8.7, set. Angle on bow. Red 80. Why don't we have Deckung? Deckung. Launch.
Los!
Right, Richard, put another T1 in that.
Ist als erledigt, Herr Kaloy.
Ja. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Oh, that's gonna hit. Please detonate.
30 Sekunden.
Second that hits, we're gonna increase our speed again.
20 Sekunden.
Oh, gorgeous.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
She immediately dropped all speed. Doubt she'll survive that. Oh, hello. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp!
That is a Liberty ship. 26.5 meters. We're going to say that's 27 meters of mast
Die
height.
Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff. Funkspruch erhalten.
There we go. So you can see 27 meters I have on this one as well, I think. Yes. On the zoom in, 130, 760 meters. Okay, we might actually have to back off a little bit.
Kleine Fahrten zurück.
Because it's still gonna get closer than that. We are going to use tube 1 on that. Once he's done loading, of course. We need him in the CIC when we flood the tubes. For those nice extra 6% of damage that he does. Oh, hang on. Torpedo speed 8.7. Yeah, we set that. How many flags? Oh. Well, I got one white ensign in the top mast there. That's for certain. I don't see any others. But it's not an American ship, so the rules don't apply. That one has 2.
Rohr 3 geladen.
Tube 3 loaded. Nice. Get back on the CIC. Quickly now, quickly. Come on, Richard. Get to it. There we go. flood tube 1 through 4. Right. Torpedo speed 44. Also, magnetic pistols on both, please. Both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp.
And the torpedo depth on the Liberty should be 7. Nice. Magnetic pistol is set. Click. The ship has a length of 135 divided by. I think that'll be a bit slower than the destroyer. I wanted to set the torpedo on the same speed, but the way I see it moving, I don't think it's the same speed. "30 seconds to the halfway point, so it's gonna be about around a minute. "45 seconds. "1 minute and 4 seconds. Divided by 64. 2.1 times 1.902 equals 4 knots. That thing is going way slower. 4 knots. Torpedo speed is set to 44. Distance on the zoom in, I see him at 110, 20, 30, 40, 50. 160 milliradian with a mast height of 27. That's 6.2, so 620 meters. Set. Speed set. Distance set. Angle on bow. Green. No, red. Sorry. Needs to turn to port to face us. Let's say red 75. That's all correct. Tube 1, launch.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden.
Let's write that one in. Oh, that looks very good. That looks very good. Alright, that is right where I aimed. And it's a dud. Why? Nothing to worry about though. Tube 2, same values. Tube 2, launch.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag.
Probably have a look here. They are still both maintained. That should not have been a dud.
Ja,
He has a skill
20
to completely eradicate the chance of duds. Why was that a dud?
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
That's better.
Schwere Schäden.
No, but I mean the American flag code does not apply. Like, they don't need to have 50 flags for each state because they're British. They don't have 50 states. That's what I meant. Obviously, there's loads of rules about flags. Right. What else can we get? Is that an aircraft? No, it's not. Okay. That's a Liberty ship. How far is that away, actually? Just coming out of the mist, 40 milliradian on that 27 scale, zoomed in, 2.48 kilometers. I could possibly hit it, but not with them zigzagging and all that. Bit too hard, I suppose. You have that one volunteering for the stern tube. Yeah, and that's a good thing. Like I agree that I agree that you should pay good attention to it. I remember there was, like, obviously our media doesn't really like Donald Trump that much. And on his first term, there was a bit of Antifa riots in the US, and Donald Trump proposed to pass a bill that makes it illegal to burn the flag. Because as of right now, I think it's protected by the First Amendment. That act, even though disrespectful, is protected by the First Amendment. And our news media went completely mental with the fact that Donald Trump wants to outlaw burning the flag. And the craziest thing about them going mental about that is that in Germany, it is illegal to burn the flag. So it's complete nonsense, that one. That is insulting of the state and its symbols. It's its own paragraph in our law. That one is probably the one to go for, I'm not gonna lie. Oh no, that one is. Both engines ahead, dead slow. Corvette at 60 degrees. I don't see it. Must be in the mist. It'll be that one. Yeah. Nice that you recognize that. Yeah, exactly. Like that's something very American. Like when you retire a flag, that you burn it in a ceremony. Yeah. That is but you know what I meant, like burning it in a trash can, burning it on the ground. That kind of disrespectful behavior. Also, there's this myth going around that if the flag touches the ground, it has to be burned. That is not true. Not even on the American not even in the American flag code. We would get scolded if the flag touches the ground. When we had daily, obviously on a warship, when you're in port, you have daily raising and lowering of the flag. And if the flag touches the ground during that, the officer of the watch would have your head for that. You don't let the flag touch the ground. Yeah, absolutely. Although there is, like our Navy used to have destroyers. Fletcher destroyers, by the way. From the first ones were the Fletchers, then there were some other class, and then the Lutyens class. And when those ships were decommissioned, obviously the stuff that was on them was kept in the service, and they had very, very large flags on the stern. Very, very large flags. And they obviously got put on other ships, like as a novelty. Like we have a normal stern flag, and then we have the very, very large destroyer stern flag that we kept from back in the day. And when we used to raise that for honorary, like when a diplomat would come on board or something, we would do something like would put on a bigger flag as a sign of celebration or as a sign of respect, kind of. And that flag was so large that when the wind came in from the stern and the flag was waving over the flight deck and the wind died down a little bit, the flagpole wasn't long enough and the flag would just touch the ground even though it was fully set. In that case, it's okay, of course. Because that's not a fault during rising and lowering of the flag. That's just the flagpole isn't long enough. Can't do anything about it. Alright, let's stop the boat here and let this one come into contact in front of us. I'm gonna send him a salvo, I think. Out of tube 1 and 2. Actually, those tubes are not loaded. Tube 3 and 4 on the other end are loaded, and we learned earlier that we cannot use that as a salvo. Yeah, 2 and 4. There we are. No, 3 and 4. Can't use 3 and 4. Okay. You have to hurry now. Tube 1 and 4 then. There we are. And that is torpedo speed 44. Correct. Right. C3 has a mast height of 36 meters. There we are. How much do I give you actually? 50, 100, 150, up to 180. Okay, that should be enough. And on the zoom in, I see him at... Oh, I can't do it on the zoom in. That is 60 milliradian. Yep. So 60 milliradian on the zoom out. 550 meters. That's very close. Target length. Minimum value 10.5 degrees. That is close. I'm gonna do a manual later. Speaking of which, gyro angle, side leg salvo size 2. And we're gonna back it up just a little bit. Angle on bow of that is horrible, and he's gonna come at least up to... Hello, how far are you away? 80 milliradian on a mast height of 26, 26, 27, 80, 12.4. We're gonna do that real quick. Tube 3, salvo mode off. What did I say? Speed at distance-wise? Sorry about that. 27, 80, 12.4. 12.4. Angle on bow is red 90. Red 80, sorry. That is magnetic pistol, 7 meters of depth. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Right in front of the wheelhouse. Tube 3 launch.
Los!
Richard, get back into the CIC. Right. Flood tube 1. Set to salvo mode.
Torpedo einschlagen.
Tube 1 and 4.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Right. Angle on bow on him is red 45. Which is a bad angle, by the way.
20 Sekunden.
And I see him on the zoom out, 36 meters of mast height at 80.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
370. No, 410. That's okay. That's a hit?
Schwere
Yes. Nice. 410. So that means the speed value is correct. 410. Angle on bow is more now. Let's do 65 probably. Magnetic. Aim it here. Set it to manual angle. Bring it down to 6 degrees. Launch.
Los! 40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 20
Now it warned us that the gyro is manual. I know. Oh, is that gonna miss?
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
I hope that's the one going for the stern, not the one going for the bow. That's gonna hit. There's the other one coming. Nice! Very nice. Right, Richard, you need to get back on those loading duties ASAP. Because I don't think we've got any torpedoes in the tubes now. Yeah.
Ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Maintain and load. Time Kühler, you help him. We need all hands on decks for this one.
Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
That one was already struck. Do we have more coming? Yes, we do have more coming. But those could be just destroyers looking for a U-boat back there. No, that's a freighter. That's all freighters. Nice. So we get a second attack. Nice. That was good.
Herr Kaloi, eingehendes Funktelegramm. Funkspruch erhalten.
Nice. Both engines stop. Let's be as quiet as possible here. Whilst we reload the torpedoes, which is obviously causing a lot of noise. But no need for the engine to make noise as well. Especially since we have not been detected yet. I'm sure that'll change as the war progresses. I'm sure very soon we will get detected before we even make our first attempt. Also, I've already sunk some ships, I think. Yes. Did that number go up? 60,103. 67,300. It counts. Nice. So from now on, we can engage targets on the way to our patrol area if we have a milk cow in the area. Excellent. That is excellent. We'll get a lot of tonnage in this way.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Speaking of tonnage, what's the leaderboard like? I lead the leaderboard. U-76 is the most deadly U-boat of the war. I have overtaken Heinrich Lehmann-Willenbrock. Oh, hang on. Oh. Oh no, that U-boat that was on leaderboard number on leaderboard slot number 1 is just gone. I think she was sunk. He had like 300,000 tons. Yeah, it's... Yeah, he got sunk.
Herr Kapitän?
We looked up the name of that as well last time. I can't remember it. It will be in the VOD though. Oh, look at them all going down there. That one is abandoned, that one's going down, that one's going down. Great. And then this one, I think, was also hit. Yeah, yeah, cruise abandoned vessel. This is a battlefield.
Rohr 2 geladen.
Just load that one. Let Mai maintain that. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're doing a pretty good job. That other U-boat that got detected immediately distracted all the destroyers. And we can just stay in here, be nice and quiet, and sink them one by one. Going well. Is that one also abandoned? I think it might be. No, it's still going. It's still going. Did we hit that? It's listing. Sorry. She's listing. Hello, old friend. Oh, that was lucky. Nearly knocked my glass off the table there. Now that leaderboard is historical. Those are all real U-boat commanders, and the numbers that they have are the numbers that they would have had on that date in the war. So you can square off against real U-boat captains. And then when they get sunk, for example here, Erich Top, U-552, that is one of the aces. He will do a lot more in the war. Erich Top is famous because I think he was he was during Operation Weserübung, like the invasion of Norway. He was very successful, and then later during the war he just sank and sank and sank. He's called the Tonnage King. He had the most in the end, I think, and he became a.
Herr Kapitän?
No wait, I'm mistaking him. That was someone else. Tonnage King was someone else. But he was very successful, and after the war, he became one of the first admirals in the post-war German Navy. He had a Red Devil on his conning tower. And, fun fact, like that U-boat on the shelf there, that one, that is made from bricks, like Legos basically, but it's not really Lego. It's another company, but that is U-552. That is Erich Top's boat. Yep, the milk cow is now there permanently. I can go into my headquarters. That is now there. And she'll stay there until she's sunk, or I order her somewhere else. And obviously later in the war, when the Enigma code gets cracked and they know where everything is, they're gonna sink her. Spoiler alert.
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Right, these ones are... That is a C3, I think, and that is another Liberty ship. We're gonna get both of them, I hope. Right, all of them are maintained. Get back into the CIC. Or maybe you've still got time. Can you maintain that one again? No, not enough time has passed. Okay, get into the CIC then. You get on depth keeping. And now that he's in the CIC, I can flood the tubes. 1, 2, 3, 4, all flooded. Set that to tube 1. Salvo mode off.
1 bewässert. Rohr 2 bewässert.
And then we wait for the next volunteers to come along.
Rohr 4 bewässert.
Sie gehen unter. Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Yeah, that's the great thing of the internet, isn't it?
Zerstörer, 300 Grad.
300 degrees, we have a destroyer. Over there, okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That one's going down. Like, what's the distance on that? I see him. Actually, we can do some really good plotting here. We see him in 60 milliradian, and we know that's a Liberty that's 26 meters high. 26 meters, 60 milliradian, 13.6 kilometers, and we spot him in 78 degrees. So we are here, we spot him in 78 degrees. Like that. And the distance, I have already forgotten. 27, 60 milliradian, 16.5. So 1.6 kilometers. 1.65 times 1.852 is... times or divided? I keep messing this up. Yes, I can. Yes, I can get torpedoes there. 3 miles is 1.6 kilometer? No, the other way around. 1.65 divided by 1.852. 0.8 miles. No, that's even worse. Hang on. Ah, I'm confusing myself at this point. I should know this. Yeah, knots are slower than kilometers. Therefore, miles are longer than kilometers. Yeah. 1.65 times 1.852. 3 miles. So he's here, and we know his mean course is going to be like this. So we know he's going to pass our bow in about 1 mile, and 1 mile is 1.85 kilometers. 1.852. And that can't be right. I already see him closer than this. That can't be right. There's a mistake somewhere in that calculation of mine. On the zoom in, $70 milliradian, 14.1. Yeah, it is the other way around. It is the other way around. 1.41 was it? Yes. 1.41 divided by 1.852. 0.76. So 7.5 cable. Oh, that was awkward. Seven and a half cable. We know his mean course is gonna be like this. He's zigzagging, of course. He's passing us in 2 cables. A cable is 1/10 of a sea mile, nautical mile. So 0.2 times 1.852 equals 0.3. He's going to pass us in 370 meters. That is too close. So I already know that I have to reverse in order to hit him. Oh, that was beautiful. I could have done this even more precise if I had used this. Ah, I can't put it in because I did not open the window. Damn it. I have a plotting tool for that. Hang on. Where is that U-boat folder? There it is. Open. No, we need paint. There we go. We could have done it using this. But then it gets maybe a little bit too complicated. Yeah, so you'd put your bearings in and your ranges, and then you could put your own course in. That's for calculating intercept courses, if you want to be a real teacher's pet and do it properly. Right, now with this one, we're gonna go -5 knots, so we're gonna put a lot of distance between
Alle
us.
Maschinen, stopp.
So both engines stop. Let's observe the distance again. That is close to 100 milliradian on that 27 meters. A 100 would be 990 meters. We can put that in the Delta computer. There we go. That C3 is looking really tasty, though. Right, what's the speed? I kind of want to take a new speed value because they are so far away from the others. Click. Length of 135 divided by and click. 28. That's fast. 4.8 meters per second. 9.2 knots. Okay. Speedy Gonzales over here. Trying to catch up with the rest of the convoy, I bet. 9.2. Angle on bow is red 80. Torpedo depth. First of all, we use magnetic pistols in this house. Torpedo depth 7. That is still correct. Yes, that is correct for both the Empire, both the Liberty and the C3, which is awesome. And tube 1 launch.
Los. Ja. Sekunden bis Torpedo
That's a lovely hit. That's a good one. And we have a crash. Wow. Oh, we haven't had one of those in a while. Which is why I forgot to keep saving all the time. Ah! Not a problem. We'll just do that again. I did save in there at some point. I love how whenever something horrible happens on my streams, new people tune in. Like, my view count has just doubled. Sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. You've joined us at an uncomfortable time. Quick save. There we go. Yeah. But, yeah, I do get crashes every now and then on this game. For whatever reason. I have asked in the Steam forums. People really tried to help me. We went through the crash files and everything, and we couldn't come up with what's going on. And they came to the conclusion it's just an engine issue. It just fucking happens every now and then. Oh, that was as I took the speed value for that destroyer. Yeah, it would have been nice if I had remembered that. I think it was 8 point something. 8.2, I think it was, wasn't it? And that is a Town Class Type Delta. That is a mast height of 28.32, 28 on the zoom in. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 160. 160 milliradian on the 28 meters scale. 640 meters. Yeah, that makes sense. We had that. I remember that. 640, 8.2, torpedo speed 30. Selected tube is 3. Torpedo depth 2.5. That is correct. Magnetic pistol. Tube 3 launch. Tube 3 is launched. My reload tube 3. Maintain and load. Go, go, go. And that torpedo is missing because I forgot to set the angle on bow. Happens. Especially when you do a quick save like that. Let's do that again. Okay, so 660. 8.2. Tube 3 is set, yes. But it's not set to magnetic. Now it is. That is an angle on bow of red 70 approximately. I could wait for these two islands here, I'll call them, or towers, to be in line. I'm just gonna call it red 80. Tube 3 launch. Richard, get in on those torpedoes, load them up. That looks a lot better. Yeah. Okay. That's okay. That is now a cannon event. We did not hit that one. There's a C... No, that's a Liberty coming in. Right. Get back into the CIC. There is our Liberty ship. The Liberty ship is... That's a freighter. Liberty, there we go. 27 meters. Let me give you that one. I already did. Very nice. Very nice. 27. And I spot him on the zoom out at 50 milliradian. It happened again. Yep. Well, this time it just bounced. Or it didn't detonate. 50. 500 meters. Tube 1. Oh, none of the tubes are flooded. Okay. Torpedo speed 40. Torpedo depth 7. 44, sorry. 44. Let's go with 5 knots. I didn't take a measurement of that one, but he is too tasty to be let go. Red 80. On the zoom out at 60 milliradian. 27, 60 milliradian, 410 meters. That is now red 100 and launch. Why tube 3? Why was that to set? Sometimes I don't get it. You switch from salvo back to normal mode and then it just does another salvo. That one's missing, okay. The other one's gonna hit though, isn't it? Yes, it is. No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. Look, it said salvo mode off, tube 1. It shouldn't have fired 2 torpedoes. When you switch from salvo mode back to normal mode, it just sometimes doesn't unselect one of the torpedo tubes. I've had that happen many times now. It's odd. Oh, look at that. Empire Explorer, mast height of 30. Okay, mast height of 30. Let's check that real quick. And 80 milliradians. On the zoom in, 13.8. So 1380, there we go. Torpedoes, we have tube 1 is being loaded. We have tube 2. Let's take tube 2 then. Yes. 44, 7 meters deep. I don't know, 7 meters? 8.9. Ooh. 8.5 then. Magnetic. That is angle on bow. Red 90. Same speed value. Launch. No, I haven't. I'm gonna send them a very detailed bug report about the gyro angle being turned into manual when you do the manual spread angle. About this, and there was the third thing that I also wanted to let them know. I will do a nice report on that.
Ja. 40 Sekunden bis Torpedo einschlagen.
That might well hit. Nice. Now, what about destroyers?
30 Sekunden.
That one should be very interested in the explosions happening around him. Ah, too bad.
20 Sekunden.
Nope, no destroyers.
Bis Einschlag.
Poof! Good hit.
Rohr 1 geladen.
Tube 1 loaded. Nice.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
My load tube 2.
Die Besatzung
Both engines head dead slow.
Funkspruch erhalten. Funkspruch erhalten.
Yeah, that one is gone. That one is definitely gone. A lot of radio traffic now. All of those ships calling for aid. Reporting hits. Reporting being hit. Alright, Richard, get them in the tubes. Give it a save. Make all those hits cannon events.
Rohr 2 geladen.
Right, tube 2 loaded.
Herr Kapitän.
Load tube 3, maintain and load.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Come on, come on. Hurry it up, Richard. We need you in the CIC.
Rohr 3 geladen.
Yep. Richard, get back into the CIC quickly now. There's our target. 5 knots seems to work marvelously, so we're gonna keep that. And that is a Liberty ship. It's 27 meters. Have I got that for you? Yes, I do. 27 meters. We spot them on the zoom in at 90. So that's 1.1 kilometer. Got that, got that. 44, nice. Angle on bow is red 80. Torpedo depth. First of all, we use magnetic pistols in this house. And torpedo depth is going to be 7. Also, flood tube 1 through 3. Yep, that's all set.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
Tube 1, Tube 2, Tube 3. Why are they all selected? Did you see that? Because I flooded them, the game thinks I want to fire them. Even though we're set to Tube 2. That is what causes that. You flood a tube and then it selects them. I set this to Tube 1 and now it's only Tube 1. Aha! Okay, knowing what causes this helps me to work around this. Tube 1, launch.
Ja.
Light bulb?
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo einschlagen.
What do you mean? Did I not have the Deckung?
30 Sekunden.
That one?
Sekunden.
Good hit.
Schwere Schäden.
Ah, as in a light bulb above my head. Yeah. There's an Empire Tower. Where's that? Oh, there's the C3. Okay. Not gonna catch that.
Schneller,
Both
schneller.
engines.
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Yes. We're gonna do 5 degrees to port.
5 Grad.
Slowly turn, and then once we see him at 270 degrees, then we're gonna start turning more rapidly.
Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung.
Where is he? That's a Liberty. Also nice. Oh, he's so close. That's not good. That's not good. F8 though.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff. Wasserbomben in beträchtlicher Entfernung. Wasserbomben in
Oh, here's another plan. We're gonna reverse course.
Schraubengeräusch. Kriegsschiff. Peilung 225 Grad.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Oh, actually, that's gonna work.
Korvette.
Yeah. Hard to port.
Backbord.
We've still got...
Schadensbericht.
Oh. Yeah, that was probably not a good thing to do. Maybe you should look where you're sailing. Yeah, maybe you should do that.
Schadensbericht.
Leak on board! God damn it. What is causing all this? Well, I know I'm sailing into them, but...
Herr Kapitän,
Ah, it's causing a lot of damage. Jesus. Damn it, that wasn't good. Doesn't matter. Our men need repair experience. Oh, the dive planes are down as well. Oh no.
Ja.
Herr Kapitän?
Höhenbruch im Offiziersraum repariert.
Höhenbruch im Offiziersraum repariert.
Our hydrophone is a little bit damaged. Oh, the recipient station is damaged, and the outside sensor itself is damaged. Okay. That's not good. Alright, get on the periscope. You get on the torpedo data computer. We still have a ship to sink. And then I think this just caused me to have to disengage. Because without a hydrophone, I don't really want to get hunted that much. Also, both engines dead slow ahead. Keep turning.
Ruderrad Backbord.
And repair the listening room? Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, not the dive planes, but the hydrophone. The sensor of it.
Lenzpumpe ausschalten.
Right.
Rohre wieder einsatzbereit.
Thank you. Tube 2 is still available. Set to 7 meters. Both engines,
Ruder
rudder amidships.
Hoistgerät wieder einsatzbereit.
Right, that is 50 milliradian, 36 meters. 660 meters. Angle on bow is a green 90, because we're attacking him from the other side. Speed 5, sure, let's take that. 44, 7, that's all good. Tube 2, launch.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden.
I think he might have increased his speed.
20 Sekunden.
He has, but not enough.
Einschlag.
We're hitting way further to the back. Good thing though, with all the mist around here, we can surface rather quickly after disengaging.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
We still have so many torpedoes though. There's another Liberty. We just hit that one. Okay, so 30 degrees to starboard. I can do that like this. Well, actually, no. Course is perfect. We'll keep that. That's a Liberty. 26 meters of mast height. 27, 26.5, 27. We'll call it 27. On the zoom in at 50. 19.8. Quite far away. Load those eels, mates.
Vor 1 geladen.
Well done. Get back on the CIC urgently. Hmm. There we go.
Herr Kapitän. Rohr 2 geladen.
Repair the radio room, please. Let's get closer to that.
Repariert.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
Oh, that's a bad angle. I'll still take the 5 knots though. And the 60 milliradian on the 27 meters of ship. 16.5, we had that earlier. No, we didn't. 1650, there we go. And I see him at green 110, probably? Yeah. 5 knots is alright. I could send a volley. And then maybe at least one would hit, because I'm not very confident in that firing solution. Let's do that. And then after that we'll disengage. Which tubes do we still have? All of them. Okay, tube 1 and 3. 2 and 3, 1 and 4. Ah, okay. So port side or starboard side. Let's take 1 and 4. Seven meters is correct. That is correct. Aha, okay. Flood tubes.
Rohr 1 bewässert. Rohr 2 bewässert.
And now, okay, my theory has just crumbled. Tube 1 and 4 are selected as they should be. There we go. Tube 1 and 4, yeah, okay, that works. Gyro angle is 10 degrees port. The angle on bow hasn't changed. The distance hasn't changed. I'm gonna use the same speed value. And the ship has a length of 135, so we're gonna use that. For the salvo spread of 4.2 degrees. Tube 1 and 4 launch. Both tubes away. Richard. Throw in another tube 1. Type 1 into tube 1. That's gonna miss by a mile.
20 Sekunden. Ja. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
That one's gonna hit though.
Torpedo
And that's a dud.
Fehlschuss.
Oh no. Right, I think I'm gonna send one more. We still have tube 2 loaded. So single shot mode on tube 2, salvo mode off. 44, 7 is correct. Distance hasn't changed. Angle on bow hasn't changed. We're gonna keep the same speed value. Tube 2 is ready. Tube 2 launch.
Ja.
I need new torpedoes after this. Hey, we had some crazy torpedo hits today on 2 kilometers range and all that. I'm more than happy with this. My rate of hits is better than historically, so yeah, that one's missing because of a faulty speed value probably.
Eins geladen.
Although I wouldn't know that.
Fehlschuss.
because I couldn't usually follow the torpedo with my camera. That is
Ich
a
erwarte Ihre Befehle.
game goodie, I guess. I'm gonna liberate... Not liberate. I'm gonna free tube number 3 of its torpedo load. So it's just gonna take a knot away from this. And use torpedo tube 3. Boop. And, well... Yeah, everything else is still the same. That is still 60 mil radian. Tube 3, launch! Because once that is free, we can load our T2 in there. Just load it, because we're not going to shoot it. No need to maintain it. And that's still gonna miss.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 20 Sekunden.
Very closely, though.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
That was very close.
225 Grad.
Okay.
Fehlschuss.
Now,
Rohr 3 geladen.
that means we can disengage safely by going the opposite direction and south of the convoy. I think we're gonna get away rather easily. Oh, hello.
35 Grad. Feindliche Kriegsschiffe in Sicht. Peilung 30 Grad.
Oh, still quite a lot of traffic here. Do we still have one in tube 5? We do. Why don't you maintain that? Maybe we can get one while sailing away. Not that one. Maybe that one. Oh, that one is good. Both engines stop. 135. Click. He's going fast. Click. 20. No. 56. Yeah.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
4.6? No. No. Did I not reset my stopwatch, maybe? Do this again. Click. I think I did forget to reset my stopwatch. That is a rookie mistake. Yeah. There was about half a minute on the clock when I started the stopwatch. Click. That is exactly 30 seconds. 135 divided by 30 times 1.902 equals 8.64. 8.6. 8.6. Tube 5 is maintained. Flood tube 5. Angle on bow is... Oh, hang on. Tube 5. Stern receiver. Parallax correction backwards. Red 90. Why is that not flooding? Damaged. Oh no. Damn it. Okay, so I guess we have a bit of time. You maintain course and speed. That is important. Don't change your own course while doing this. And you put your periscope onto a certain bearing, like let's say like 210 or something like this, and you keep it there. You don't move it at all, and you wait. You measure the time that the enemy ship takes from its bow to its stern to pass your center line of your periscope, and then you take the length of the ship, which we have in our booklet here, and divide it by the time it takes for the ship to pass, and that gives you the speed of the ship in meters per second. Now, since we're on the sea and we do everything in knots, you then have to take that value and time it, and take it times 1.902. And that is how you turn meters per second into knots, times 1.902. Right, 25 is maintained. That is an angle on bow of red, let's say 100, 110 maybe. He's going super quick. I think he accelerated even more. But we're just gonna chance it. Launch.
Los!
If we miss, doesn't matter. We've got more torpedoes on the way. Oh, that might actually hit. That is gonna hit. Very far in the front, though. Oh, no! Oh, no, that was so close. That was really close. Oh, well, guess the speed was off by just a bit. Oh, the distance was wrong, too. Okay, doesn't matter. Do we have anyone ahead? Nah, I think we've pretty much made it out of the convoy by now. There are some rescue boats over there. There's another C3 in the mist. Maybe there will be one. Maybe one of them will pop out of the mist and for me to shoot them. But I think we're pretty much out. I would look on my hydrophone, but unfortunately we don't have one. At the moment, at least. Yeah, they are all disappearing. Okay, in that case, I still see... Where did that go? I just saw it. Ghost ship, I guess. Turn around. As I think there was still a vessel that we didn't sink. Or did it just sink as I was looking away? Maybe.
Alarm beenden.
If you say so. Yeah, this is actually perfect. It's misty and it's just turned dark. So we can make our way safely to the milk cow. Both engines half speed ahead. Yeah, they're all gone. Okay. Raise the boat. Right, everybody resume standard duties, please. You two help him. You are relieved. All of you are relieved. Yes, get some sleep, boys. I will do the same very soon. Then, normal light. And we still have damages. Lime Cooler, get on repairing that KDB. Something I wouldn't order him to do. Not at night. Getting on the exterior in the middle of the night, probably not a good thing to do. And also he, for some reason, doesn't want to do it. There he comes. That's done. Good. Turn on the electric compressor and repair the anti-air gun. We're gonna need that. And then what else is there to repair? The tower, yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna repair the tower for immersion reasons. I don't think that is something that a chief engineer could do on the go. That has to be done in dry dock. And send those messages.
Funktelegramm
There we go.
gesendet.
And we had saved a value of 601,000, 60,103. And we now have 86,494. So these counted even though we were not in our patrol area yet. That is brilliant. Fuel is down to 70%. That's still alright. Get into grid Charlie Echo 5, which is where we have our milk cow. And then we're going to ask for some nice resupply.
Herr Kaloin,
Turn on the pump. Get out the water. Right, our radio man.
Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin.
Request resupply. And that's going to be the first time that we do this.
Funkspruch erhalten.
From BDU, resupply is currently possible at U-463. Rendezvous coordinates are 38 degrees and 34 minutes north, 29 degrees and 57 minutes west. Supply ship will wait there for 1 day. Coordinates added to the map. And there's the milk cow. 1 day. Okay, so we've got 98 miles to go. We're going 12 miles per hour. 12 knots is 8 hours. Okay, we'll make it in time. And during daytime as well. Yes, exactly. That's what it is. It's based on the Type 9. So a lot larger and very wide. And the reason it's so wide, it's because it's got like exterior tanks full of fuel. So they are mostly for refueling. Not really that much for resupplying. Mostly for refueling. But in this game you can also get torpedoes from them and all that.
Mastspitze, Klackgruppe, 0 Grad.
And there it is. Exterior lights are on. We'll show the flag, make ourselves known. Type 14, yeah, that's what they're called. There they are. I see her. Unknown ship. Well, I suppose that's U4 something something. Whatever that message was. U-463. Let's see if that's correct. U-463 was a German U-boat Type 14. Yes, it is. Supply U-boat not attacking enemy ships. On the 16th of May 1943, it was sunk by a British plane, where all 56 men on board died. I can see her now very clearly. There she is. Oh, turn on the electric compressor, by the way. Good, yeah. Save is always a good idea. Rudder amidships. And both engines stop. there you can see her. You see how much wider she is than us. That's a big chunky boy compared to us. And yeah. No torpedo tubes forward, no astern. That is all just ballast tank, not ballast tank, fuel tank. No stern tube either. That is not an attack craft, that is a supply boat. It has a anti-air on the foredeck and another anti-air on the aft deck and another anti-air on the conning tower to defend itself from enemy planes. But it is not a combat vessel. So, submarine U-463. Friendly supply ship, oft called a milk cow by the U-boat crews. You can send up people to it to communicate with its crew and order a resupply. Then delegation, obviously commander. We'll take our chief engineer and our newest crew member, Jürgen Trömel, and 7 men. Let's go. Team sent. Skipper of this supply ship warmly greets your delegation on board of U-463. He then starts with introducing himself as Jakob Blume. Is that correct? From the 2nd of April, hang on. Oh. Oh, that is interesting. The commander of that boat is Korvettenkapitän Leo Wolfbauer, and he served on it during the entirety of its career on all 5 patrols. And he was a World War I veteran, apparently. Yeah, 1913. Oh no. Yes, he served on a U-boat in the First World War. And then after Austria was Anschluss, he turned into the Kriegsmarine. And it was his first active duty command since 1918. And he was deemed too old for use of a combat submarine. Interesting. Okay, so the name is not correct. But that's beside the point. You get milk cows by doing certain campaign objectives. Ask how the service is going. Jakob Blume makes a hard sigh and tells that it was a hard mission for them. They already managed to resupply 2 other U-boats. At the second try they were attacked by the aircraft. By aircraft, that the is irrelevant. And 2 of his men died. Oh. He explains that they were still young men, great sailors and even better people. He stops there and suddenly becomes very sad. Sorry for your loss, Captain. Right. Now we can also give them survivors. If we had any. Let's see their cargo. Yeah, they have a bakery on board. That is one of the things that is amazing about these boats. I can get... Oh, hello. We can get everything here. Lime cooler. You repaired a lot of stuff. Get some more repair parts. I would like to check how many repair parts my other dude has. But that's not really important. We can always resupply again. So we're gonna need some nice repair parts. Why didn't you take them? I ordered you to take them. Lime cooler, what's wrong with you? Do it. Take them. There we go. We're low on spare parts. Yeah, that's okay. That's absolutely okay. So we're gonna take that. Nice. And then we're also gonna restock the galley with bread, with our old bread. And 17 vegetables. And 22 sausages. And some pork. There we go. We should be happy with that. And then we can resupply bread. They also have sausages, excellent, and they also have potatoes. That is great. Right. They have fuel, and they have some torpedoes. Not many, but they have some torpedoes. Stir torpedo storage and bow torpedo storage. They also have another T1 and another T2. At least those are the ones they can make readily available. And we're going to move those in 3 days. Right, for example, on the tonnage war here. We got that milk cow from mining Africa. So we did 3 mining missions, and on the third one, our reward was a milk cow. And also on the Black Pit. First campaign goal got us a skill. Second campaign goal will get us a boat upgrade point. And the third campaign goal will give us a second milk cow. So we can deploy one of them down here by the Azores, and then maybe some of them here by Newfoundland. Yeah, they're good to have, let's just say that. Let's see their cargo. We can get more potatoes, and what's funny is we can now get more torpedoes. Unfortunately, they have those T2s that I don't really like using. Right, lime cooler. Put one of those T2s. Oh, we were already loaded. Okay, he did that automatically. What about the stern tube? Has that been loaded? No, you can load the stern tube. Entladen? What do you mean? Did you load the stern tube? Oh, yeah. No. Torpedo tube. Loaded. Stern torpedo storage. Yeah, okay, okay. See that cargo. Need another tube 1, another type 1, another type 1, stern storage, another type 2. And then we can lime cooler, get on the torpedoes, get tube 4 out of that. Come on, you lazy bones. Can you please follow my orders? Guess it's not possible because we're getting more stuff, maybe? Unload tube 4. He does not want to do it. Okay, not a problem. Oh, has he done it now? No, I guess we need our expert. Return to your ship. Mai, can you do it? He can. That was odd. Put in it to T1. You just need to load it. No need to maintain it. Not going to fire it anytime soon. And then we're going to send another delegation. Just one dude. See their cargo. Torpedoes. Okay, so we have... I'm going to need one of those. Give you one of those back. Give me one of those. I've got 3 T2s in reserve and 5 T1s. I think that's okay. Let's see what that looks like in 16 hours. Is there another T1? There's 2 more T1s. Nice. You can have those back. I'll take those. And then I have 1 in reserve. Perfect. That's my preferred loadout. In that case, return to ship. Skip for another 16 hours. And with that, we are fully restocked and ready for our patrol objective. Therefore, both engines dead slow ahead. And we make our way up north. Which course are we going? 279. Yeah, okay. So we can turn safely towards our patrol objective. And say a very well goodbye and thank you to U-463, was it? U-463, yes. Both engines slow speed ahead. Furl the flag.
Herr Kapitän?
And get some distance. Now they will dive probably for the rest of the day. And then submerge surface somewhere else. Until they get another call to aid another ship. Armored conning towers are being researched. Can't install those on my boat, but it's good to have them. What else is new in headquarters? That one is still early. That is very early. That's being done. That is early. 1942. 1942. And then this one is inaccurate. We found that out. But that also gets researched later this year. Okay. And with that, let me just get out of this area a little bit. There we go. Position lights are off. Yes, we are out at sea again. With that, I would call it a night. It is 3:30. I need to go to bed. And yeah. We have made some nice progress today. We had a patrol area here. We finished that. Got home. Had a lovely visit in our new U-boat pens. Got a new hydrophone installed, the Kristall-Drehbasisgerät, and now we set out again on another mission in the Black Pit, the North Atlantic air gap. We've already engaged convoy. Now obviously that convoy will be long gone, how long that resupply lasted. But we're gonna get another convoy, hopefully, and sink a lot of ships out of that. Bringing our Black Pit mission here, hopefully over the 100,000 tons mark. And then we can get a new U-boat. That would be cool. Type 7C. But that's gonna be it for tonight. Thank you all for watching. I hope to see you guys in droves tomorrow when I start playing Fallout 4 VR. And apart from that, if you're just interested in U-boat, watch out, I stream it occasionally. And scheduled on Sunday. And that's gonna be it. Good night. See you guys next time. Bye-bye.